Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout! Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Round 3. Ready, go! Excellent! Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout! Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go!
It's quite similar in skill level, except if you're the number one, number two seed. Finishing like you might finish like, for example, Chan finished fifth last week and finished ninth this week. It's very close to what it's not that far apart. And then Koraku finished like 17th in the last qualifier. This time finished second. So should be I think hopefully people is not too disappointed with how they finish, because the playing field is quite challenging. Let's see information.
By the way, everyone.
I think you have a fantastic point there. Like it's you're getting to the point where people's levels are so close together that it's seeding. It's where did you land in the pools? It's so many things.
Yeah. People are just unhappy if they get mashed, so,
Yeah,
but some things.
That's a natural feeling. So
yeah, it's a normal feeling, and also like for seeding to actually be even somewhat fair, you have to do exactly like what you did, which is you got to use recent results. So even if a really strong player has we know they're strong, so we can give them power rankings. And so they will get the seeded position to a degree. But if they haven't been playing or interacting for a long time, that's a little harder to justify, right? And you have to also give credit to players who had stellar runs at big profile events, right? Like they earned that spot. They may lose it in the tournament, but the tournament's going to settle that. So, yeah.
But yeah, just going back to people's skill levels, it's not that far apart from each other. Just using Sasuna's example, because in Combo Breaker, Sasuna it was 2-1 Sasuna playing against Jacko beat you 2-1, right?
Yeah,
now,
correct.
In this qualifier, you beat him 2-1, so it's give and take, just like how we play normally online, where matches go back and forth. All right, we got one more match, and then we'll start the North America League. But that's just tournaments are just kind of at that moment of time, right? So,
I think it's good. I think it's exciting. It tells you that people have understood the game, they've understood the assignment and how to play, and things are just coming down to whoever has a better game plan at the moment, how people are feeling in general, etc. So I think it's good. I think it lends itself for dramatic situations.
Yes,
Yeah.
It's nothing ever can be completely perfect. And like any sports you participate, there's always circumstances that's out of people's control, but they keep continuing playing.
Yeah, there's a lot of performance management, but there's also a lot of the game plan. Exactly. Look, Gentleman Thief had a certain game plan, right? Adam really executed on his game plan this tournament, so he was pretty much indomitable. Tricky had been going through a whole training arc this past week. I think if people haven't been watching Tricky's content the past week, she's really been determined and pushing hard towards those results, but also she's put herself in the leagues for this ever since last Sunday, and embracing it, right? She put herself in all of the AKAI leagues, and it's big, it's huge, and I think it is paying off for her. I think, of course, we know she's such an amazing fighter, and she had to fight against amazing opponents. So it's one of those things where I think it's been exciting, and those that are in the middle of it can really feel it, So yeah, hey Reaper, there's another person who's been on their training arc. Good luck, have fun, everyone.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Have fun, everyone.
All right, here we go. Thank you all so much, Reaper. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing really well. Hope you're doing well, and we're also watching your arc. I believe in your arc this year too, so keep it up. But this has been. The tournament's been a different experience for everyone, but I think overall, I thought they ran it pretty well. But I'm happy to hear all of the angles. I'd like to hear about what you saw in Perfect Legends fight too, because I'm really curious how Perfect Legends has been playing. All right. So I like RJ's actually playing with some defense today, just like I am. So look at both aggressive players playing with more defense. It's good. And he's like, I'm going to find my moment that you can't, Abari. But thank you guys very much for letting me know you couldn't hear, because I won't be able to fix it if I don't. Monitoring is kind of a little tricky, and so especially if I got myself in the middle of discussion early. I almost escaped it correctly. I did have to think about this. All right, if he had actually done the second low attack, he would have hit me. There you go. Oh, that was it too. He had that round. It's okay, RJ. It is bygones, but there were about 3 opportunities to take this round. It's okay. You're getting it. The low side throw was really good. So sometimes it is hard that you have to simplify the combo if you know that you've got the simplified one for sure, but it depends, right? I drop combos all the time, including yesterday and including last week too. So as long as we move forward and just keep fighting well after it, that's the most important skill. But then the second most important is increasing the execution between events. All right, I evaded the wrong way. Almost. I just had to wait 1 more second. Very good choice. Very good choice. Reassessing times are okay. They're good. Make use of it.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Very good conversion. Ah, that was what sucked. Almost. Okay. So this is too slow for that kick. Good to know. Too slow for that option. He could have done bigger, but that was good. He got something good. Really? I thought I escaped the right way, but... Good. Just do a delay attack against me when my health's that low. Good game, Ripper. Good game. This is a really good wake up. I'm enjoying it. Alright, so Reaper says, I appreciate it. Yesterday was a bit of a setback for me personally, but it's an excuse to reassess. Yeah, well, yes. And reassessing is a huge part of the process. That's why I have full faith in Reaper. There's a lot of stuff, and the pressure in a tournament is hard, and how you fight in it is really important. Like training yourself on fighting when you're uncomfortable is actually one of the really huge ones. I'm gonna get killed. Very good. So the thing that I do have to worry about is back throw, and he is getting free. Forward throw there was really good. That was a catch throw, but I'm gonna get killed. So good. I held guard. What the hell was that? All right. I am really not sharp enough. Bushido's gonna kill me. I always love this one because I don't encounter it enough. Almost. Good game, Bushido. That was awesome. Bushido dominated me. This was really good. Oh no, Jthar just got disconnected from RJ. Sorry to hear that. Good battle, Bushido. Bushido playing awesome. Totally destroyed me there. It's good stuff. Good stuff. I really like that. So again, I wasn't even ready to react to the mid versus low. I saw that it was the big stomp, but then my brain actually forgot which one was which. I know it's the mid one. He got me in a good position where at the end there, I kind of had the tech roll because my health was low enough that I couldn't really take like a normal stomp. So sometimes I take the stomps on purpose, right? But it is scary because what's scary is not taking the stomp. Taking the stomp is actually low damage. It's not that much damage. So in most cases, I think you should take the stomp when Taka does the Okizeme. But you can play the game. If you play the game though, you need to really gamble on whether they're going to do attack or whether they're going to do low throw. Because if they try to do the 6KK, now he didn't do the 6KK, but this leads to all the other Okizeme situations with Taka in Revo. The new Taka Okizeme game of Revo is, are you going to take the stomp? In which case, the good thing about taking the stomp is it's lower damage and you can reposition the fight. Or are you going to eat the stomp, or are you going to tech, but you know that he's got a powerful low throw Okizeme, so you're either going to mash when you wake up, or you're going to escape that low throw, or you're going to take the low throw. But when you take the low throw, it's pretty brutal, actually. And he can also do some repositioning if he knows what to do with his low throw. Taka has 2 low throws that does position switch, and he has one that just does good damage, right? So it's a tough fight. It's really cool. We didn't play all that out, but that's what's awesome about the Taka Okizeme game now. Hey, good to see you, Severbolt. Hope you're doing good. Punish. There, that's my punish. That's sad that that's like Leon's best punish there. Unless he hard read. But hard reading is a little much, so that was really good. Yeah, it'll be good to have you here in the second league, Silverbolt.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Very good. I switched off of back too. Alright, here we go. That should bring me out. So, feel free to use your punches to get them out of the ring, if you know for sure you got it. Very good. I should have done the real punish. It would have won. Good game, G-Thor. Thank you so much. That a lot of stuff we got to work on there. Good stuff, my friend. Good games.
Forgot to train, eh?
That's all good. Ripper's got it very strong here. Ripper is gonna have a clean sweep. I'm cheering for Ripper. That's good. No, Bushido and Ripper in a fight, but no, Bushido's gonna take this probably. Bushido's doing amazing. Always scary as hell, Taka. And I really like how Bushido's playing today. Just that game we played. I wasn't fast enough to keep up with it, but right now I'm seeing it and I like it. But I also like their throw choices because, they just went with damage. Of course, they could threaten to ring out and stuff, but they did good. All right, Setsuna, here we go. Let's do this, my friend. I gotta really wake up if I want a chance to win this one. I'm not awake. Very good. That's so good. Really good. I like this low punch in the throw. This is kind of... I hate that I can't block that. Like I tried backdash evade. I hate that reaches. That's guaranteed. I am not awake to do this. That's okay. There we go. I like the kick cancel. Okay. It was purple, that's why. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. No, it's not good stuff. It should be like minus... It should be like -2. Dashing elbows doesn't do like 25 plus damage. Dashing elbow does like 20. Should be like -2. Huh. Good stuff, Setsuna. Good stuff.
3 more rounds before this league ends. Right now, him picks Mr. is leading, Waging Mars, and him picks are both with just 1 loss each. Him picks Lisek, third right now. First is Waging Mars, second is DX, third is him picks fourth Mr. You can see Mr. versus Agent Q from France.
22.
Let's go back to the PSN here.
Should be
So
like
that's
minus
completed.
2.
Forgot to mute myself on the Discord group. Apologies.
All right. Congratulations, Bushido.
Let's go ahead.
Go ahead. Just
Congratulations, Bushido, for getting first. Second place goes to Giant Whipper, and third goes to Sessonet. Thank you guys for playing. And we'll do 2 more leagues.
That was an awesome run. General Ripper and Bushido, amazing stuff. And I am just trying to wake up. But everyone's fighting awesome. Keep it up. This is really great. Let's see here.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Oh, Akira makes me hesitate so much. I think I'm buffering, but I'm still delaying. And it's like, oh, what the hell? It's really good though. I need to respond to dashing elbow faster, but it's really good. It's good experience, good to see. Because I was pretty sure dashing elbow is -2 on side guard, and it is. But I was like, why did my low punch lose? You know, but it's because you're slow. Because I'm slow. But it's also the power of Setsuna's excellent use of 4 PKG, because it's making you afraid to use stuff like you can just use like regular elbow, and that's actually what I need to do, is just use regular elbow. But because it still wins at +2, you just have to really buffer it in that case. And yeah, dashing elbow comes at you fast. Awesome. Bushido's playing with the Akira right now. Excellent stuff. But I really like fighting their Taka. I like everything they showed. Really awesome Taka. And playing like at a lot of different speeds today, which I like very much. We'll see if I can do that.
After this match, we'll start the 5-match countdown. I'm going to take a step back from the keyboard, so you guys can help me keep track a little bit. That'd be great.
Sure. So after this one, start at 5. Okay.
Yeah, after this match. Thank you.
Oh, gotta punish that. Punish that. All right, here we've got Bushido's Akira. It's been a very strong Akira for a while, but I haven't seen it in a while. Let's see it. What is today's VF tip of the day? I don't know. There's lots of tips to give. Ask me a question, I'll give a tip that I can. I'll give the best tip I can. But we'll see here. Let's. Hey Spartan, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Congratulations on a good run yesterday as well. Let's see here. How do you beat Kingo? You got to be really good at VF, but you also have to reverse read him. Like, Kingo has good Yomi. That's why Kingo's final showdown Aoi is very scary. So you have to outplay Kingo, and Kingo's very smart. Sometimes you have to outplay yourself because you've got to understand that he's reading you. That's where we get into a certain type of VF that is like, for many, it's the best type of VF, right? So for a lot of people, the best type of VF is one where you're very interactive, you're reading your opponent and they're reading you. And against Kingo, it's you got to read them reading you. But it's really scary because Kingo is really good at being a step ahead of a lot of people. He's very, very good at it. That said, so, the answer is you got to get really damn good to beat Kingo. Now, I don't know how strong you already are, Skid Eats, but that's the only answer to that one. Well, thank you very much, Spartan. I had a good run. I had 2 really good runs. Of course, we always wish we did better, but I am proud of the runs, and I had a great time. It is like high level. It does get to be like high level chess. I do think VF really does end up being like high level Go. Is what I love about VF actually, because of the option space. It's like that. I think when I play, my impression is Tekken is a lot like the chess. That was good battle, Bushido. Stuff. So and the reason is because in VF. Because of the way the options work and because there's answers to everything, what you threaten is going to influence like how your opponent. It may or may not influence how your opponent plays, and you have to respond to how you think they're going to play. Or you can just outplay them or try to do that, but a lot of times you really want to think of the positioning and everything else. Yeah, Go is an amazing board game. To me, it's one of the greatest games of all time, and Virtua Fighters too. I'm out. It's a ring out. Alright. Let's see if I can wake up a little bit, even though I was chatting, but I enjoyed the chat, and I'm actually still in the mood for chatting. I see. It's weird that he went with that option though. Wrong way. I thought he just whiffed and I went in too quickly. Almost.
Back really quickly to just get this your league room completed. Apologies, Marco. Hopefully your monitor you get a new monitor soon. Congratulations, Mister, for getting first place. Hinpix has made a little bit tougher with getting Mister's first loss. Hinpix is second, Legion Mars third. Thank you guys for playing. We have 2 more leagues, so you can continue playing. Please do so.
Almost in time.
Room is open again, so please join if you can. Here, Michelle. And how many more matches before we begin the North America room?
4 more. This is the 4. Okay. Yeah, like this was 1, 2, no, 3 after this one.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, good game, good game.
Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Alright. Setsuna, we want to check if your mic is on mute.
It is not.
Okay. I was like, I hadn't heard like Setsuna this whole time, so I was wondering.
No, I'm just trying to work out some kinks with situations that at work, and it's just it's a broken telephone.
I see. So
Yeah, so many people have got their hands in the mix. It's just.
Well, Mr. Thank you very much. They said good games, fellas. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Also, RJ asked, there should be some version of Go on the consoles or PC, right? Yes. Well, in Asia, they're on console. But in the US, you can play Go on your phone. You can play Go on PC very easily. And actually, there's a good tutorial called The Interactive Way to Go. And the interactive way to go is a really good interactive tutorial, which is the best way to learn Go. Because a lot of times if you just read the rule book, I found that Westerners, specifically Westerners, have a little bit of a hard time because of the inquiry process. Because they'll try to understand the win condition before playing a game. And Go's a game where when you play it, it'll make sense. So, for example, the main thing is that somebody would be like... okay, so the game ends when both players pass. When do I pass? And the answer is, when you play the game, there'll come a point where you realize that any move you make is just gonna make you lose score. Like you'll know it, but you have to play it to see it. But if you're trying to picture it before you play it, you won't see it. But as you play, you'll go, oh, this would just be dumb if I kept playing in my own territory. And if I play in their territory, I'm just gonna lose. Like it's just going to be a dead stone. I'm going to give them points. So because of that, you'll know when you need to pass, and your opponent will, and it'll be the same time for your opponent too when that happens. So like the game does actually end, like because both players pass. But yeah, it's an awesome game of territory, and you got to be strategically flexible in Go and tactical. But it's to me, it's like one of the greatest games ever made. Yeah, Tricky was in it ranked at 1 a.m. Go ahead. 2 more games.
2 more matches then, right? Okay. Thank you.
So Subterran said found Tricky and ranked at 1 a.m. Yeah, Tricky is definitely on this like revenge return arc, and it's awesome. It is really good. It's good determination. I think it's good content too, and it's just it's exciting. Silverbolt said that Go is very confusing. It is if you have someone to play with it, it's easier to teach. So VF is kind of similar to where when you explain it kind of sounds like a lot. When you play it, if you play it with somebody, if you interactively play with it, you'll get a much better sense of the game. So this is a challenge in game design too, is how to make something that's more intuitive right away versus something logical, right? Go is logical, but because Go is like very logical, it actually means it's less intuitive. So certain logic types, that's also these games tend to draw introverts for the same reason, right? The introverts are like, they like the logic, but they get upset about the tangibility, you know?
Yeah, so for those who haven't been keeping up today, last qualifier we have Am Yuki, Koenraku, Cho, and KNR reaching the regional qualifiers for North America, which will be 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Then we joined by Hima, Gentleman Thief, Denkai, and Crazy Junk. I'm not sure, is it a single elimination or double elimination format?
I have okay, my speculation is they're probably going to use the same exact format they used for top 8, which is double elimination. But in this case the bottom 4 are probably coming from a loser's position. So meaning like the top 2 players, number 1 and number 2 from the first week, and number 1 and number 2 from this week, are gonna be filling in basically a winner's semifinals.
I think.
But I would rather that they do. Go ahead.
I think what I saw earlier is that number 1 from the first qualifier will play against number 4.
Okay.
On the second qualifier, so it would be HEMA versus KNR and so forth. But I don't know if it's single elimination or double elimination.
So that sounds like a double elimination then. Sounds like they're playing a real double elimination 8-man bracket, which is good. That's good. And but they're doing it within 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, maybe, and then 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 also, maybe. So that works. Very interesting, though.
All right, we got Waybraid joining. Welcome, Waybraid. And we have just one more match before we get the North America League room.
Very awesome to have everyone here. Really glad got Kung Fu Hustle has joined us as well. And Hernan, good to see you as well. So Marley J, yeah. Well, Go's interesting. Yeah, 2K K plus G is an interesting one. I also like Go's his ankle kicks, right? -7, -7, and they hard counter certain pokes. It's really good. But it is funny when you do call it out. So when you do beat it. Two Mass, thank you very much for the support. Thanks for the compliments. Really enjoyed the event. It was very stressful as hell, but it was a lot of fun.
Yes. First place versus fourth place, second place versus third place.
Okay, good. So I'm glad they got the format already. Too bad, like, if there was time, I wish they could, I wish they could do like a Swiss, but Swiss would take forever. So either it would be unsatisfying or it would be taking forever. But Swiss would have been so cool. Swiss is where you divide the players into 2 blocks of round robin, and then that seeds a playoff. But that format, like, you either cut a lot of matches that people won't be able to see, or it takes too long to cover the whole thing. It's better when you have like 4 to 6 players, but still, it's cool. But that sounds like a good format. Sounds like it's going to be a good maybe 2.5 hours of action of having the top 8 in what sounds like it's going to be a double elimination. But
I'm not seeing if it's mentioned if it's single or double elimination.
If it's single elimination, it'll be half an hour. Just kidding. It'll be like an hour, but
unless they stream every match.
Yeah, but they probably will stream every match, so it'll be cool. It'll be cool. It's gonna be July 12th, as a reminder. I had mistaken it for being on July 5th. I don't know why I thought that, but it's July 12th. But yeah, like
my guess it will be double elimination, and because the tournament format, all tournaments are double elimination. So even like I think it would be a best of 5 also. So it's a double elimination best of 5.
Got one more game, I think.
We're gonna begin now.
Okay. Good luck. Have fun.
I'm too slow.
Okay. Like I said, one more game. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll start after this. I was a little too slow. I was too busy reading the rules here. Alright, we have 2 more matches remaining for the Europe Steam League before we start the second league.
Yeah, Rayblade, it's going to be a double elimination, so there is no starting on the loser side. There's, in this case, it'll be 8 players in a full double elimination.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be first to 3.
Good.
Also,
First to 3 is awesome.
So it's going to be a long regional.
Yeah, this will probably take about 3 hours, but it'll be really good because it'll be satisfying. 3 hours.
Unless they're not planning to stream every match.
I think this is the best way to do it.
Match, there's going to be
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Rayblade. I think it's the best way to do it. I think it's the best way to get a lot of matches on to show as much as possible while also running at a good speed. Like finishing within 3 hours, right? So, yeah, I think they're going to stream every match because of this format. I agree, Ray.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Setsuna, you still on mute? No. I'm just teasing him. He's working on stuff. I'm just having fun poking at Setsuna.
So while we wait 2 weeks for the regional online qualifier for North America, next weekend will be the the Asia offline qualifier. And I know that he's one Korean player and one Chinese player be participating. So it's glad to see that. All right, let's go press it before they start. Oh my gosh!
All right, good luck. Have fun.
Oh, I think I got it before this. Okay.
You did. You got it. All right. Hey, again, thank you guys for your support. I am so groggy. I can't believe I'm groggy. I didn't think I'd be groggy today, but I am just... this is fun. This is just like relax, stretch out, but I wish I was more competitive. I am... Let's try to get there. Good. It always looks like a bag. Okay. Silverball got the break. I like the first round bye because you get it out of the way and you can be a little more. That was good. That was good, Kung Fu Hustle. That's forward throw. I see you, Hernan. I hope you can make it into the third. Thanks for the battle, my friend.
I want a serious fight.
This is like last Sunday where I am more tired than I expected. Have to manage my recovery better. But at the same time, it's good stuff. Good people. Glad more players are playing in the leagues. I'm glad more players playing in the Sunday leagues. This is awesome. This is really, really awesome. Alright, Ripper, here we go. So, if we're playing like... If we don't get the performance up, at least we can work on stuff and refocus, and that can get us back in the shape that we need. It gives us something to focus on. Let's do it. I'm gonna do that right now. Give myself something to focus on. I like this. I like what he did here, actually. Good backdash evade. Minus 13. Yeah. Okay, we have some ideas. We need about more medium speed. That's it. Good game, Ripper. Good game. Good stuff. I'm too slow. Good games, Jtar. Good games.
See? I thought I'm better.
Alright, Ishida took the game against Setsuna. Let's see. Doing awesome. Awesome to have Rayblade in here again. Let's see here. Let's see what we can do here. It's gonna be hard. Here we go, Bushido. There it is. It's down back. I need to remember it's 1. So this is the thing I'm working on right now, is that you got to do 1, not 2. 2 throws him behind them, which is also a big threat, but 1 is the ring out one. Almost. We're getting better at seeing it, even though we're slow. So right now I am slow, but I am seeing it a little better. So we'll just keep working on this. Yep. That one's gonna take a while. Take forever. I thought we can evade, but we should just guard that. So we just crouched here. We guarded, but we guarded low. That's the problem. Right into the knee. Good game, Bushido. So again, that is one of our things to work on. Is that down back the one low throw is the one that's gonna ring you out, and so that's the one you need to escape. And then some of the things is tough, right? My ECD, they are attacking my ECD timing, so I'm crouch dashing into an elbow, or in this case, a knee. So that was good. Is that because I hit crouch the moment, like right before, because I crouch dash, right? So this is where just sometimes a forward dash, because Taka is going to score on that. So it's a good thing about Taka's design, is that he can kind of crouch hit you into that. So you got to be wary. He has harder time with other crouch hits, but that crouch hit's really good. So I need to work on that. Yeah, very good stuff, Bushido. How much of VF is played in the subconscious mind? The good thing is this is up to the player. One thing I like about VF, at least when you get to a certain level, is that you can play this game as active-minded as you want, but you can actually play this game less active. if you develop certain, you get comfortable with the controls, you develop certain skills and certain ways of playing, you can play less with less of that too. But the hard part is then if you play with the subconscious mind, then you're going to be autopiloting a bit because you're managing an autopilot usually, and that's an option for the player. Some players really hate playing that way, so they'll slow everything down. Some players can play very fast with it being very conscious minded. That's like a lot of players try, like most players try to play that way. That's their goal. That might not be their stated intent, but that's their goal. So it's really up to the player and how they approach the game. But you definitely can choose to play this game very consciously or subconsciously, and everywhere in between, which is important to understand. Like, Ray is scary because he's going to try to punish a lot of what you want to do. Now, of course, when you're starting out in any game, it's very conscious, right? But this is true of like all games too. I mean, like even if we go back to the Go analogy, some players have just, like the stuff that they train so hard, the knowledge stuff, right? The opening play, and all of, like the pattern recognition play. This is to train your subconscious mind so that you can use more of your conscious mind on more difficult or more tasks that require more like detailed thought, detailed precision. But the thing is that when you train yourself to be really, really good at something, though, you can do a lot of things less consciously, and so this becomes like expertise. So subconscious is always a factor because that's how we perform faster, right? Because we've made it more like a reflex. And by making it more like a reflex, then that's where some people get pride in their skill because they feel like they're outskilling. Because it becomes more like you just know, and you just know from a lot of experience, So yeah. Well, Speed Zero can be very interactive because Speed Zero is a lot of... In this game, what's beautiful about VS Design is the Speed Zero is the foundation, because the Speed Zero is buffering everything, right? The Speed Zero is doing Nitaku. The Speed Zero is punishing on guard. The Speed Zero is buffering. And so this can be played thoughtfully, but it could also be played like as a reflex because you've done it so much. So it could be done either way for the player. Sorry to hear that, Silverbolt. I like that delay throw. I thought I was going to be staggered for that thing. That was interesting here. That was interesting. This thing pushes back a good deal. I like that. I know I need to work on. I'm learning a lot from this fight. Yeah, that's always... I like that stomp. I barely got out of that. Good game, RJ. Good game. Good game, my friend. That was very scary.
See? I thought I'm better.
This is good. This is good training. This is really good training. There, even when you have days where you're really tired, at least if you're still at least motivated to play, it's really good to do. Playing in conditions like this helps a lot, actually. I found that this is what helps you increase your performance floor for me to play like this. I hate that. I like that choice. Thanks for the battle, Setsuna.
I want a serious fight.
One of the hard things with a game like VF does that it's so player versus player, but it's also sometimes we're fighting ourselves too. And like today, I do feel I'm fighting myself a lot, but it can be very frustrating. But for me, I'm trying to I embrace that, and I give myself some performance goals, and I also see this as actually helping me, because I think this is why I do win some really clutch battles even when I'm playing not so strong in the tournament. I win a lot of stuff even when I'm playing pretty bad, actually, and so for me, this is what I've learned is like very strong in general. Sometimes the assessment is hard though. Sometimes it's like I have to let myself play in a certain. Sometimes I have to use the tools that I have in front of me, and it's hard. So if I have trouble executing certain stuff, I have to adjust what I'm doing, and it can be hard. Sometimes the choices are very difficult too, right? This combo's not working for me. I need to use I have to use these other combos I know that are more like I'm not gonna mess up because I'm messing them up today, and I'm messing them up right now. Now in your case, I think it's a little different. This is more for Silver Bolt. You're kind of still fighting on some different dynamics here. I like that. I like that too. Good game, Ray. Good game. That helped me a lot. Oh, a lot of thinking, which is good. So, Silverbolt, what I would say, and I know this is not the answer you'd want to hear, but whenever you face obstacles, challenges, difficulty, whenever you face those are learning opportunities. Now, they're not the learning opportunities we want, but these are things that and sometimes we have to go deep in weird ways that we wouldn't expect to solve some of those, right? Sometimes I have to change my whole approach. I used to have this thing where I thought Ray and I were counterproductive for each other, which is never correct. We were always productive for each other. But I misunderstood the situation, and I realized that I was as crush happy as he used to be. And then I realized I needed to just go ahead and try playing defensive. And when I did that, it opened my eyes to how we play. Now, I'm not saying your answer is to go defensive. I'm just saying sometimes the answer surprises you. And that was a problem that took me a while to figure out. Because Ray and I go way back. So we go real deep, so things get really personal. And for us, when things got really personal, it was easy to misunderstand, for me, what the nature of my obstacle was. And there never really was an obstacle between me and Ray, because we always fought really well together. It was just that I liked crushing as much as he did, and I was the one not refusing to move off that path. And then when I changed my play style, not change it permanently, but when I fought him in different ways, I realized I was the one being stubborn. And then he also, maybe at some point, he started playing different ways too. And so Ray and I have evolved as sparring partners a lot, and that relationship goes years. So even in the middle of the years, and again, the point being that I feel like sometimes the answer surprises us, but it's often there, and sometimes it's just changing the approach, but also just seeing the challenge as not this horrible thing, though it can be. It's frustrating, but I think that's where I kind of learned to embrace some of the frustrations in there too. But that's just my 2 cents. Again, I know it's not the answer you might want to hear, but I hope it helps at some point. I'll read what Springlog said in a bit. Let me see here.
Yes, Steam is Europe today, SC Signia. If you're interested in participating in North America Steam, that will be on Saturdays. Alright, then we go post around, let people know they can join both rooms. Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna take off to help Team Chris, and I'll hopefully see you guys on that side.
Okay, awesome. Good luck, and take care, Setsuna. That's awesome.
Yeah, good games, guys.
Good games.
Thanks for always being here. Alright, so there is a South America tournament, Defensores Virtuosos, I think is how you pronounce it. Apologies if I slaughtered that pronunciation. That'll be on
our translator just left.
Channel.
I like how Rayblade's always been developing. It's really good. Springlog says, what is your recommendation for percent of the time spent doing different VF related activities? Percent versus, for example, percent playing strong opponents, weak opponents, replay analysis, matchup. This is really up to you. It's up to you, a combination of things. You want to either set. Okay, so maybe you set some hard goals and some soft goals. I would recommend most of them being soft goals, to be honest, and only just a couple hard goals. But goal setting is one part of this. Motivation is the other. You have to work with yourself. You have to try to understand yourself, but also try to push yourself a little too, right? You know, most kids get annoyed of their parents, but a lot of times those parents are providing a push that is often needed. And so you have to do that to yourself when you're training yourself. Sometimes you have to push a little past comfort, but then at the same time allow yourself to enjoy the process too, and enjoy at least the resting. So goal setting is going to be a big factor, and then understanding yourself is the other factor. So I can't tell you the exact percentages because it's really up to you. But I can tell you that I'm pretty sure that the answer lies in understanding those two things at a minimum. And then there's other factors too, like real life, right? You don't want VF to be detrimental to your life, right? If you make VF detrimental to your life, then you're forced to choose. So if I make VF detrimental to my family life, I'm going to be forced to choose at some point, and family will be the choice. So you always have to factor those things in. But in life, you can usually push a little bit because some things can give a little, but sometimes there's a give and take. So sometimes you're going to have to reprioritize and put the other things ahead and make your VF the thing that is sacrificed a bit too. Because we're just human beings trying to live. Yeah. So I will say this. If you're single, or even if you're a couple, or even if you're married without children, you have a lot more. You have a lot of time because you have a lot of more control in your life. Once you have children, you have less control in your life because you're working around a lot, and because it's not like you can't reason your way out of responsibilities. You know. You could, but you'd be the biggest jerk in the world, and you'd probably have other problems with you. But if you really care, and most people, I'd say 95% of people, love their children more than they love themselves. There's about 5%, 1 in 20, that is probably would love themselves more than their children. And that's not a wrong thing, because maybe those people's, you know, destiny is to be a bit more ambitious and to do certain other things. But fortunately, I think 19 out of 20 love their children more than themselves, and it becomes a huge motivating factor in life, but also and that actually drives them to do better, but not necessarily better at one job, just better at life, you know? But I'm not saying people with children are better at life. I'm just saying it becomes a huge motivating factor to try to be better at life, you know? So.
Yeah, so definitely I think the most healthy way is learning and playing the game. Priority number one is having fun. That would be the healthiest way.
Yeah.
And then whatever method that you're having fun, being proactively trying to find ways to improve. There's not one right single way. But it's definitely much more healthier if you're happy learning than playing frustrated. It'll be less stressful.
But
people do work on stress, so.
But we're in this amazing time where if you do network, you have online opponents. You will, and because of that, you know, you can manage it. You can have your fun time, right? We do have one of the most competitive players in the country, but his life doesn't accommodate him participating in like the NA qualifiers or in tournaments anymore. But he's ridiculously strong, and he's managing life. But he's enjoying VF, and he's playing insanely strong opponents that makes him happy. So that's his happy balance, right? But if people ask me, you know, to make like a list of the top players, he's in there, you know? So yeah. So there's stuff like that. Each person has to manage their situation.
Oh, who are you referring to, Chanchai?
I don't want to name names, but no. So you'll know. There's a lot of players like that. There's a lot of players like that.
Okay.
right? There's a lot of players that like they've had to make a choice. Even players that really, really want to be supportive. Even people that everybody wants to be more supportive. But but like one of those players would be Dennis 0201, right? Dennis 0201 is ridiculously strong, and if they were focused on being competitive, they would be amazing. They'd be one of the best players in the country, and they still are. But at the same time, they've got their priorities, and I think it's awesome that they got their priorities, and they're still playing a lot of VF, just at the hours that they can and when they can. Rodney is same thing, right? Rodney is one of the strongest players in the country. Is another player that I'd list, right? And he's playing VF a lot now, right? He got a Kwamba 2009 desk. He did. He splurged. He admitted that he's gonna splurge, right? So, and he's playing the ranked grind.
I've been checking once in every month or two. Like, is there a discount?
Yeah.
No.
So Rodnuts is playing ranked, and he's definitely the first guy that's gonna complain about ranked, but he's really strong, but family first, Spartan, you're asking, do I know of any other upcoming tournaments? There's a few tournaments, but I couldn't tell you. But look it up. Check the social medias. There's tournaments. There's not like a ton, but high profile tournaments. Evo is the really big one, right? So yeah.
For North America or Europe, or
we're saying North America, yeah.
North America?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be Evo Las Vegas.
Yeah.
2 weeks from now is the regional finals for North America. So the 8 players that qualified from the last 2 weekends will be participating in that. They all guarantee some prize money. I think the prize pool was $2,500.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
And I did ask TNS for confirmation, and he's going to get back to us on if it truly is a double elimination event.
Okay.
Yeah, there's tournaments in Europe. Salty EU does it weekly on Fridays.
Yeah.
A double elimination tournament online.
Those tournaments are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This Marco Mazan's asking about Europe.
Yeah.
Thursday evenings, there's league play by King Car. Blessy should be getting back to doing monthlies. But yeah, there's stuff that happening in Europe. We just need to spread the information as much as possible so people's not offline. I think people plan to do something at Nice. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. But the biggest event will be versus fighting.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
UK has a monthly tournaments, offline tournaments. Someone by the name Mr. Morden has been posting on VFDC offline tournaments in I think Southern England or Southern London. Yeah. I apologize. I'm horrible with geography, so
I want to give a shout out. Subterum says that Defend the North Retro in New York. That's July 11th through 13th. Same weekend that we're watching the finals of the first North America online qualifiers. So July 11th through 13th is going to have in New York, and it looks like Arcade Brooklyn is going to have Defend the North Retro. It's a retro fighting game focused tournament, but they will have VF. So New York's got a tournament coming up in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I had to look up the date for the versus fighting tournament. Right now the France Nice tournament at Evo France, I don't think there's someone's just side tournament for that yet, but I think people are trying to get something going for the Evo Nice.
There are people gonna be there. Havoc is definitely gonna be there. He's committed, saying he's gonna be there. So I think they're gonna form it, but it takes work. So shout outs to all the Europeans. Please make that work. Please push. It needs your efforts, because that will be an amazing event.
Yeah. So let's see, where's the Bow in the South in Portsmouth, UK? I'm just posting things that I saw on BFDC. That's the next. There's an offline tournament there by organizer Mr. Morden. And let's go to the VFOC stuff. And those who didn't get to qualify or participate in the North America online qualifiers, North America is lucky; they get to do another one in November. So you missed out on this qualifier. You can try again in November.
Yeah. It's gonna be exciting stuff.
Fighting. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I didn't.
Versus fighting, and this is the last match before we begin the North America room. Versus fighting, which is the VFOC qualifier for Europe, will be the August 15th to 17th. That's in Birmingham, UK. The versus fighting 13th.
So am I misunderstanding AKAI, or am I the unified North America AKAI Leagues champion this season?
I think so. Yes. The first one to be the leader for both Steam and PSN.
Woohoo! Yay!
I think, and since multi-platform is coming soon, you might be the only one, but we still have one more quarter most likely. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, no, it's gonna be you're gonna call it the Reunified Cup or the Reunification AKAI Cup. You know, the Crossplay Cup.
Yeah. So we're hoping we'll keep the same format for the most part. Mains have a room, get as many people to come and play together, and make it as easy as possible to participate. And yes, there's going to be issues with netcode and stuff, games freezing and stuff like that, disconnecting from room. But as you can see, we host 3 leagues per session. Do it basically every single weekend. So lots of chances to just participate and play. But I do still want to do some type of championship at the end of each quarter. Since not everyone can participate all at the same time, on time. I think it'll be kind of fun way to conclude the quarter. But we'll see. I think to do that, I will need most likely help. But as you can see, I'm not usually here for non-stop for 3 hours. I kind of go in and out a lot during the stream. And so the league format actually has been useful for me because I could easily just leave the stream. I was actually thinking if the Nintendo system is quite small, that'd be much more convenient to use that to stream than a PlayStation 5. Since I have to move things out.
Alright, good luck, have fun, everyone.
We'll begin the last league. Good luck and have fun.
Good luck, have fun. So, just like Ray said, sometimes you need an external source to point out things for you. Both the problem, but also the solution. A lot of times you find the solution in your opponents, and it's great. But it can be hard to accept it. It can be hard to see it or want to see it too. Yeah, I've unified the belts. Very good. Power of Leon's low kick. So this is a bait right here. Watch this here. 1, 2. It is a very common one because I delay it that long. So 1, 2. Yep, good. Now you could do exactly what you did, which is if you're fast enough, you can interrupt it. Very nice. Very good. All right. So this is I got the backdash punish with the side kick. It is good to use sidekick sometimes, like after blocking low punch if you're fast enough. But against Vanessa, it's a little different because she's got that uppercut. So like an elbow is kind of what you want to do most of the time. But you got to buffer it. So I use this dead time here. Alright, good game, Silver Belt. We're just taking it step by step here. But Leon is kind of mean at this because he can do these lows, right? And the lows aren't going to secure me advantage, but they're going to chip away a little. Good game. Yeah. Yeah, no, Rayblade has been doing really good too in the tournament. It's like Rayblade is terrifying to have in your bracket. I'm glad I didn't run into Rayblade in my bracket. So, yeah, no, Rayblade, you're gonna do awesome. I'm cheering for you at Evo. You're gonna do awesome at Evo. Like, but you're also are you also running the brackets at Evo? Because you are a ref, right? You did get a referee for VF, but I'm glad that Rayblade has chosen to focus. Like Rayblade is just focusing mainly VF at Evo this year. Normally Rayblade is running all over, doing so much work, and all those years of work, I think you're so appreciated. But I wish you were appreciated more. But I'm glad you're gonna enjoy yourself a bit more this Evo. But I know that Ray truly enjoys VF always, and I know that for Ray, they normally do a lot of event work. But I don't want it to ever go unappreciated. It should always be super appreciated. All the staff at these events are doing these things voluntarily. Almost all of them. Very few are getting paid, if at all. It's their time and their passion. So appreciate them. Buy them a meal even. You know? Take them out. Invite them when at the right hours, you know? But these events are something that we got to treasure, because if we're not appreciating them properly, they're not going to last. You know, if these events are not appreciated properly, they're not going to last. Evo is very expensive. Yeah, it's that said. So some of the affordable tips, right? One is stay at Circus, right? Is one of the tips. Get roommates if you have to. Almost always getting roommates going to save you so much money. Ask players like Ray, like, where can you eat affordably when you're at Evo. I heard that Vegas has gotten more expensive to eat at, which is a shock to me, right? I'm used to the old days where casinos would just, have cheap food because they wanted people to gamble. But casinos are more family now, so there's a lot more nice, expensive food, you know? But the thing is also Evo's, and Evo is over at like is at the convention center now. So this is even less away from all that. So it's even more expensive. Like you're out in a village that's paying higher dollar for everything, for all the retail, for the food too. Yeah, no, an Evo trip or a Vegas trip is something. It's quite a budget, and yeah. I'm glad I do have some friends that are high rollers that can get perks, but not many. But it's Vegas, I've heard, has become a very expensive trip. It's like a shock, because Vegas used to be the trip that's so affordable. Yeah, well, Ray is the real veteran, complete. Yeah, all the way back to before even B3. Was it B2? All right, we're starting to feel a little faster now. Very nice. You have to crouch guard this, but then again, I'm going to start making it mean. Good game, Jthar. We went for the clashes. You're learning how scary this uppercut is at winning these weird clashes, but you'll get there. You're gonna get your timing down on your Oki. You'll get your so, Jthar, one of the Oki timings you want to learn eventually, I should show you, is 6p plus KP, and then you try to get the timing for 3p after that, but it's hard. It is work, but I'm gonna write it down. So.
Round one. Ready, go!
I love that. Good tech. Thought I escaped it.
Round two. Ready, go!
Very good. Good round. That was really fun. That was a really fun round. All right, here we go.
Ready, go! Excellent. Round four. Ready, go!
Good round. Good round, Ray.
Round five. Ready, excellent.
Really perfect text, though. I like these texts. I do like that they're getting these texts.
Forgot to train, eh?
It's really forcing me to. It is I think it's a challenge, but a good challenge that VF forces you to overcome those doubts too, and also just manage, like lots and lots of managing. Totally can lower the cost that way, yeah. I do love the duo of Kung Fu Hustle and Silver Ball. I think you two have been good influence for each other. Okay, I'm being dumb. Alright, here we go. Good stuff. Just do mids.
Round two. Ready, go!
thought I got it. Good game, good round. I'm being dumb. Good game. Good game, Ripper. Very good game. Always good stuff. Alright, Ripper's gonna take this one, I think. Yep, he's got a clear win. Congratulations, Ripper, on taking first in this league battle. Really, really good stuff. I would love to see a Rayblade minimal Vegas guide. I'd like Rayblade. I think you made a travel guide before, didn't you? I think I saw you make a travel guide once for another event. Maybe it was Evo, but I know that Ray has given so many good tips to a lot of people. Very good. Good battle, Kung Fu. Really engaged me directly. We were both trying to think of each action. Good game, my friend. Good game. Hey, Shadosha. I am just recovering from today, Shadosha. I'm just recovering from yesterday. I am really tired this morning, but I'm having fun. I'm training myself while I'm tired. I didn't do the 1P plus G low throw escape. I did not do the 1P plus G low throws game against Bushido. Bushido destroyed me today. He destroyed me completely, but I got to work on stuff. I was like, that's the 1P plus G I need to escape. You know, and I told the stream, there's 2P plus G and 1P plus G. Both are going to position switch, but one of them's going to ring you out for sure. So you got to do the one. And, you know, just trying to just enjoy this. But I am the unified AKAI League's North American Championship because I've taken #1 on Steam and on PSN. So if I was allowed to Europe, I would try to unify that too. Just kidding. But I don't know why Kingo didn't play this season. I guess he's busy with life, but or maybe he's using a different name. But yeah, so thanks a lot, Shadosha. I am so burned out from yesterday. I think people are seeing it today, how burned out I am. But I'm happy, like, dude, thanks for doing your stream yesterday too. Thanks for doing your stream. Thanks for the lessons yesterday. Thanks for the match. And the conversations too. It's hard. It's hard to do the work you do while competing. I think that's got to be insane that you ever did commentary plus competitive, like plus top 8 competitive play. Right? You know, like that's just like insane. It's like it's already tiring just doing commentary. So. It is fun. It is really fun, yeah. No, for sure. But you do keep yourself well composed, because I think like it's hard to keep yourself composed too. Those matches really do bring a lot out, you know, a lot of chemicals too. Your brain is doing a lot. So doing that plus the commentary is that's undisputed work. That's undisputed work. Yeah. 100% good. Be good to yourself. You're good. You're amazing. So yeah, be good to yourself. You know, fun. I had a lot of fun too, but just congratulations, Ripper. That was a clean sweep. Ripper takes another #1 today. Took 2. Was it all 3? Maybe Ripper took all 3 today. I don't know, but it was awesome. That was really, really good stuff. I gotta jump back onto AKAI's voice chat.
If you want,
Who took the first league again? I am so tired. I can't remember who took the first league.
first day to do was Bushido.
Okay, Bushido. Yes. Hey, Shadosha. Bushido got it. So Bushido, congratulations. Ripper, congratulations too. Oh, we gotta fight. I need to like wake up at least a little. Ripper is really like the problem is you got to think when you fight Ripper. And so this is a fun recovery day.
It's also I think I feel that like the most challenging is playing different players using the same character. So for me, like when I play rank, one of the characters that is used a lot by a lot of the top players is Sarah. There's Black Star, Black Alert, Bodimon, Dark Nova. And I'm also missing a few more, but everyone has their own little unique differences, and it makes it kind of difficult to play and adjust. And there seems to be a lot of Kage players that's getting more recognized now. Jan Whipper has always been a solid player.
Yes.
Live Forever is when he does play Kage. And then we have Volcano Shed, Koen Waku, and Cho. Those are some of those strong Kage players in North America.
Yeah. Well, Live for Eve was definitely somebody I thought was possibly going to take it all. So I'm glad that I got away with it. But still, Live Free played. It's cool. I'm looking forward to them playing in next season. But I'm also looking forward to them playing like when we have crossplay as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. Hopefully, very non-buggy crossplay that allow us to efficiently run.
we will see how those first month of crossplay will be like.
I don't want to keep just praying to some fake netcode spares, hoping that nothing's gonna happen.
That's right.
Also, I think it's mentioned this yet. The virtual fire circuits, something that I started up in the past a dozen years ago for Fire Showdown, has been revived by Mike on BFTC, and he ran his first tournament for Oceania region this past Friday. The one who won was HS Boy JKH, a longtime sparring partner of Mike, who used a variety of opponents. Not use a variety of characters. Sega has been nice to provide in-game titles to those who for the VF circuit. And there should be one for North America and Europe. The exact date and stuff for those are to be determined. But I do think Sega is reaching out a lot to the community. So hopefully, you might not see it maybe in the month or so, but I think in the next several months or so, you'll see more collaborations of our community with Sega, I think, based on how some talks here and there from the people who has had discussions with Sega. That's not under NDA. That's the fun thing. Every time somebody mentions like their discussions with Sega, my first question is this NDA or not NDA?
Yeah.
Round 3. Ready, go!
So the Rock Reaper asks, I need you all to have a Ratatouille moment back to the first time you played fighting games. So he's asking about the first time you played fighting games. You want to start?
My first time I played fighting games?
Yeah.
It was at my second cousin's house, Street Fighter 2. Unless you consider Karate as
Karate champ, right? Yeah.
If you consider the Atari Karate Champ, I forgot the actual name of it.
Yeah, it's Karate champ. Karate champ. Yeah.
It's Karate Champ?
Yeah.
If you consider that as a fighting game, then that'd be my first experience.
Yeah, Karate Champ. I was going to list Karate Champ as my first experience. Unless we want to count Joust, right? Hey, the original Footsies is Joust. So, it's just Footsies up and down, left and right. But yeah, Karate Champ was probably my first fighting game. When I remember in the late 80s feeling like, man, I love these action games, but I wish I could fight against other people in these fighting games, in these action games, like I want to see, I think it'd be awesome. So I've always had this side of me that enjoyed the action games, but also wanted to also try to see how it would be if you played people. And then I didn't see Street Fighter 1. I never saw that in the arcade. I only found out about it after Street Fighter 2 on my friend's TurboGrafx CD. But because it's called Fighting Street on there, but I played Street Fighter 2. I was living in Sherman Oaks at the time when the game came out, and it was in the 7-Eleven next to my a block from my apartment, which was actually 3 blocks from LA Akira's old studio, and that's where I first played Street Fighter 2 at the 7-Eleven, and I would just go back and play that constantly like crazy. Right away, I understood it. Right away, I was like, this is the game I've been waiting for. Right away, I'm like, this game, it feels good. And then someone showed me Dragon Punches, and it took me forever to get used to doing the Dragon Punch. But it was awesome. Yeah.
But I do remember specifically Street Fighter 2 playing on my cousin's Super Nintendo. since I was a Sega Master, Sega Genesis family, so and Street Fighter came out a little bit afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Champion Edition or something. Yeah.
Champion Edition came out about a year later. Was huge. Well, not huge. Street Fighter 2 World War was huge. All the people that had Street Fighter 2, they're like, why would I get Champion Edition? So
we had Sega Genesis was terrible, right? Hyper fighting.
That was Champion Edition on Sega Genesis. Yeah. No, Super Street Fighter 2. Super Street Fighter 2.
There was like a different name for the Genesis version and the Super Nintendo version. I just can't remember what's.
Yeah, but the thing with it was the first Street Fighter game on Genesis was Super Street Fighter 2, and they didn't have the 6-button controller yet, so you had to hit the start to switch between punches and kicks. Right, you kind of just wish they would just do the Street Fighter 1 system, where you just have like 2 buttons, a punch and a kick, and the longer you hold it, then it changes which button it is, you know. But though actually in the original Street Fighter 1 machine, it's the harder you hit it, but you know, ports of that would use time. Silverbolt says, my first fighting game I played was Yi Air Kung Fu, and I have played that one. I played that in the NES days as well. And that game was pretty cool. That game actually, like Urban Champion is also a game I probably played before I played Yi Air Kung Fu. But Yi Air Kung Fu played very fast, and that would be like you'd had jumps and everything in there. So Yi Air Kung Fu had a nice feel to it. Urban Champion was a little more rough, felt more like Fighting Street or Street Fighter 1. Karate Champ, of course, has that very mechanical feel, but it feels perfect for karate. So I still like it. But if you have strong nostalgia for like Karate Champ, I recommend trying out this game called Dojo Masters. That's a really fun one on Steam. I do think it's on XR Arcadia too, but not many people have access to an XR Arcadia machine. It's expensive. That's Sho-sama's company, but, to speak of an old VFer. But Dojo Masters is on Steam and it's really cool. You can demo it. It's so cool. But it is more Twitch based. It's more of a twitching kind of game. Yeah, I love the show High Score Girl, the anime, and on the anime of High Score Girl, they do have this episode where they go into a ghost arcade, like an arcade that's just like apparently not real, just it's ethereal, and in there's a Street Fighter 1 machine, and they play on it, and they're like, this will look so cool, and as they play it, they get really exhausted and just stop, you know. So. No, I think everybody's happy for the 6-button conversion on Street Fighter 2. So Jowo though says theirs was probably sounds like Dragon Ball Budokai 2, right? Budokai Tenkaichi 2. Or there's so many Budokai named ones, but yeah, I'm guessing PS2, right? RJ says, I remember SF1 in arcades. Dragon Punch was the hardest thing in the world. It's so hard to do even now on Street Fighter 1. Street Fighter 1, it's hard to do a fireball. Like I hate the command buffer in Street Fighter 1. It's really painful to play. Actually, if you want to know what painful inputs for me is Tekken 1. Tekken 1's input, like that did not age well for me. Tekken 2 was a big step forward, but Tekken 3 is when it was actually smooth.
Yeah, I just realized something. So Joseph was whining about his tools and stuff, and let's see. I think Fossy's with Shirdosa's first level tournament, and then in this second qualifier, and both times the loss came to Shirdosa was from a St. Louis VFer. So maybe they have some anti-Shirdosa tactics right now. He should be familiar with them now, so he should take his revenge soon.
That's pretty funny. So STL's code is for Shirdosa for the loss.
Insight on how the seeding works for these TNS events for VF. So TNS reached out to me. I think he also reached out to Josha, and also before in the past to help with the seedings and stuff. I'm still learning how the seedings work and stuff. And so in the past 3 events that TNS has won, with the strategy, you could give a relative skill level to every players. And so I decided to basically give, well, for North America, I think most of us will all agree that there's only one person that if they participate, they will take first place, and that would be Hema. And then if anyone will get second place, it usually will be a Gentleman Thief. So they were given 10-9. And then there's a lot more players that are more like kind of sandwiched together that what I would say is like the top 8 we usually get top 8 finishes, or contend with top 8 finishes, which is given the 8. Rating of 7 is usually what I say is contends for the top 16, and then somewhere like that. That's how I did the ratings system rating. What I learned later on, before I did the seedings for this last qualifier, is that I assume that is how it was. The brackets and pools are made. It's just based that the relative, like you have the relative skill levels, which is what I did, and then it will randomly then put the players into brackets and pools. But I asked for the TSN staff just for confirmation if that is right, and they told me no. Like that 1 to 100 players, like the actual number itself is actually important on how things get seeded. So I actually took a little bit more time to do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 82 players. Which now that we have so much more Revel tournaments already recorded, the success you had in those past events helped me position you. For example, if I rated like 8 players or 10 players with a rating of 8 as your skill level, I then just look at your recent success or in the recent tournaments to basically outcut your positioning in the numbering. So it's not the perfect system, but that's at least for transparency, that's how it was done. And I think if they continue to ask me, I'll try to continue to improve on the seating system.
Well, there's only one perfect system, and that's everyone play like a first 100 round robin. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
That's the only way to truly determine skill, absolute, with no questions asked. No.
That'd be awesome because it's so that everyone could be playing at the same time.
Yeah.
That would be truly a Tatsujin tournament.
Yeah.
100 players, 50 cells,
round robins. Yeah.
playing all at the same time.
That's what leagues are for, right? Yeah. So, no, I meant like we made these first 100s in the. No, I'm just joking, but yeah. No, but round robin's the only one that's like absolute, but then it's like, but that's just not feasible for entertainment purposes. It's not, Well,
I guess that's a question I always wonder. Like, it's a tradition established, for fighting game events and tournaments. Double elimination, first to 2, or first to 3 or so, something like that. But if we're not limited to space and limited to time, do people prefer to play more opponents? Like round robin, if it's feasible? Or is this set to tradition and which is first to 2, first to 3? Because ideally, I think if anyone does, like even just casual players, this would get as much play against as many people as possible. But I'm not sure. I guess the downfall of trying to play as many people as possible is that stamina, as the length of time it would take.
Yeah, it's the hard part is if you make a format long, people are going to drop out in the middle of it, and that's not feasible either, right? And so that's why. But I am glad that at least I believe in the West, double elimination became kind of more popular. It makes the most sense, right? But we remember that Japan, used to just do like single elimination with like one game, and it's just like okay,
Yeah, those national official tournaments like Echo Teams, like those are rough.
But that's also like the perspective of the culture too, right? Culture, like a lot of the Asian cultures, like luck is a skill, right? That it's perceived, luck is perceived as a skill too. So it's one of those things, and luck is embraced. And so because of that, they, instead of seeding, they, draw the ball from the box and figure out where you're at, right? And they still do that, right? So it's like, so it's not seeded. It's just like, okay, that's why the finals of Beat Tribe Cup are like the way they are, right? To where the best match might end up being like, in the semis or the quarter. Because they're doing random draw.
But one thing with a Beat Tribe though is not the double elimination type of format and stuff. They do have like a comeback mechanism to the system. It's not just unless you didn't fall into the 60 teams with the most points or recommendations, and there is basically chances for it's not a single loss and you're out, unless you are one of the team 61 and above. Since there's a wild card stage and a round robin part where you get at least two matches, so. And if you use 2 matches, then that's kind of considered like your double elimination.
Round 2.
Yep.
Oh, I see Rusty has migrated over from the Steam side of Europe to join in the PSN side.
Yeah, it's really good to see them here.
How's the connection?
I like it.
Franchise film.
But that I'm always tolerable. Like, that I can deal with anything. But honestly, this is playing much better than I expected. So.
Yeah. This is basically a connection.
I'm playing the way I'm playing is not because of the connection. It's because I'm just like practicing defense and stuff. So I'm like, but then I'm also like they're just waiting. So. But part of practicing defense.
To Portugal.
Yeah, this feeling good though. For me. But that I'm used to playing in lag too. Like that I can make the adjustment, but this doesn't even feel laggy to me. It just feels, a little, but not much. Yeah, so Tachikoma I thought is Europe, yeah. Portugal is Europe, yeah. It's easy for Americans to think Portugal is South America. It's like no. They speak Portuguese in South America, like in Brazil, but Portugal is Europe.
Portuguese speaks Portuguese.
Yes. Thank you very much, Rusty. All right, you guys go ahead and fight. I'll join in. I'm too wrapped up in the conversation, but I enjoy the conversations. Why do people jump in? Yeah, we were talking about formats. AKAI is not seeding the tournaments. AKAI is just providing consultation on like power levels, and a lot of these events will try to seek out community members too, but not everyone. So just because one person is doesn't mean you're going to be consulted, but they do try to get reasonable voices, and I think AKAI has done I think AKAI's record's actually been quite strong. Because I think it's done better than a lot of other events I've seen, but that's just my personal perspective on it. But it's an art, and AKAI is not the one seeding. AKAI is just saying this is how strong I believe this player is, right? And then these are the players that have had, these are the results. So the results have to go into it.
That was definitely the case for the first tournament, the Maximilian TNS tournament.
Yeah, but less.
And that one was specifically I just only get power levels.
Yeah.
And then they did consult me and Shidosha. I think Shidosha could confirm this himself later. When the brackets were actually made, just to get a final check of everything.
Right.
So basically, when the final check-in was for the Maximilian tournament, I saw Cho join.
Yeah.
Late. And so it wasn't given any power level. So yeah, this person needs to be skilled up, so you have to adjust things here and there.
Yeah, and the thing is we have to talk about like spheres of interaction is what I call it. This is the... Even when they consult us, consult players like me or AKAI or anyone else, we're limited by how much we've interacted with different players. Same with Shadosha, same with Chief Flash, same with Adam Yuki, right? How many people here have played with Adam Yuki? It's kind of hard to assess, right? It would be hard for him to assess you. But AKAI has had a large sample size through the leagues. And the leagues are not perfect. These are like single game interactions. But AKAI's had some. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You can finish.
And so, same for me. I've played a lot of people. I haven't played everyone. And look, some players I've only played like less than 10 times in the past 5 years, because we don't have the same time, you know. And so, some players have only played me in a tournament, and some players have only played me in league, and those are very different environments, very different ways to rate that. So, so it's always going to be a bit trickier to figure that out, you know. And it's also, humans have what we call negativity bias. So we're more likely to remember the negative events. So the person who beat you, you're more likely to kind of remember that player, you know. So for example, you know, like Radical Reactor is a player who is kind of obscure, but they were active 10 years ago at the Sega Cups, right? And they're a strong Vanessa player, but at the same time, they've been out of it, and then they're kind of back into it during Revo. But mostly playing ranked, and they're not interacting on social media at all. They're not playing any of the group activities. They're just playing ranked. So from my view, now I've played Radical Reactor in person and a lot on a personal level, so I have a strong sense of where I would probably rate them. I would rate them pretty good. I wouldn't rate them at like top tier. I wouldn't rate them bottom tier at all either, because they're very strong. And I can see them win like surprising matches, because if the player doesn't know the Vanessa matchup that well and Radical Reactor, they could really lose to some certain stuff that's a little different than when they fight other characters. But I'm not going to give Vanessa a power bump, so I have to try to be fair. But I didn't consult on this one, but the example is that, you know, Tricky was surprised that Radical Reactor was so early in her. I thought that Radical Reactor was in a proper place, actually, in the pools, in the seeding, and that they would have to prove themselves. But Tricky was just like, no, they've got this history, like, yeah, 10 years ago, you know, and even then, still kind of obscure. It was like, not everybody will remember who Radical Reactor is. So I was like, so I thought that their position in the pool is appropriate. It's just more like, well, you know, there's a lot to prove, right? Or a lot to show, and we don't really know. But we know that they're not weak. We wouldn't put them top tier, right? And the way this tournament is, there's a lot of strong players, actually. A lot, right? A lot of surprises, right? You know, a lot of surprises. Surprise results. You know, some players definitely got stronger, right? It looks like to me that Perfect Legend got stronger in VF. Perfect Legend is an amazing player, and I've worked with them on VF as well, and there's a lot of good stuff, but there's also stuff that was like kind of a VF barrier for a while, but I think they've since overcome that, and I think they put in some good results in this tournament yesterday. So anyways, you go ahead, AKAI. Sorry, that's my 2 cents, is that these are hard to do. But we can look in within our sphere, and everyone's going to have different views on the power level. But the good thing is, the tournament settles the power level to a degree. The tournament gives an indicator, and it gives something to work with. It doesn't prove it, but ultimately, if you're trying to seed for tournaments, you do use recent tournament results as best you can sometimes, because that's showing somebody's performance in the tournament a little better than other things, and it's also the only real fair way to do it. Go ahead.
So specifically, if there hasn't been recent own experience with players, the next criteria is just basically looking at their tournament experience recently, and for this that we're using Revo, and if that is not available, it's basically looking at their online ranks. So those were the 3 criteria that kind of helps first time seedings. So with AKAI, I don't think I see, if I remember correctly, much information recently, and his online rank hasn't been played that much. But I think he did pretty well in the tournament, right? So let's go look at that. But the final pool and brackets, for just qualifier 2, looking compared to what I did as the initial C generator ratings, there were differences made in the brackets afterwards.
And that's really good, and that's really important to do.
And in addition, for future references, if you think the bracket was made incorrectly or something, or where your position in the brackets are, you can always reach out to TNS and bring the issues to them. I know certain players have done that, and to adjust their positioning in the brackets. So that's always something you guys can do too. So if you know players,
I want to say that
relay the information to them.
I think it is really important as a competitor, not to be a jerk, or like a lot of players are afraid. Actually, the wonderful thing about the younger generation nowadays is they're afraid to be jerks, and so. But on the depends. But on the downside of that, a lot of them are less likely to speak to the tournament organizers when they give the opportunity. So I end up giving a reminder to people. So a lot of times when I see like I think for Combo Breaker, it was like here's the brackets. And then it gave you a feedback loop. It was like, okay, if you have any problems with the brackets, please contact us before such and such time. So I reminded everybody, hey, if you think you could have been seated better because of your record, you should go talk to them. Just let them know and say, hey, this is how I did at Frosty. I think I have a case for my position to be a little different. Right? And it doesn't mean they're going to do it, but at least you let them know. And they're not going to take it personally. It's part of their job, you know? Yes, you could be one of those people that are being a jerk about it, but you could also be somebody that's just being honest about it. And so I encourage people to just be honest about it if you honestly have that concern. And that's what's cool about tournaments that do a bracket like a week out, is that they allow you to give feedback, and then they get to think on their own, and they're going to do whatever they do. But at least you gave the feedback and you can just be at peace with it. Most of the time I found I'll just take whatever the pool said, even if I think it's like I could quibble about it, but I was like always like, but you know, as a player, I'm making a calculated decision like, well, what are the chances that they're going to give me like a worse bracket if I complain about this? And usually the chances is pretty like I'm like, yeah, this bracket's fine. I'm not going to complain. Like, and actually sometimes I don't want the first round bye because I want extra matches to work on stuff, to sharpen and to get myself to manage my performance at the right times, you know. So, but that does also speak to the advantage of being a seeded player. So there is an advantage to being a seeded player, but there's an advantage to being an underdog, and you'll be shocked at how nervous pretty much every player is. Like for me during both tournaments, I have to admit I was surprised how nervous some of my opponents, who are amazingly strong, legends even, kind of surprised how nervous they were. And you have those moments when you're like, I think they're more nervous than me, you know, in the middle of the fight. And so that was pretty funny whenever that happened. So just giving a shout out there. So I actually like having the first round to play. This, like, jumping in on the second round sometimes is kind of like, man, I got a lot to work. I got to get through these nerves quick, you know. So yeah. Spring logs, it's up to the tournament. Yeah, up to the player size and the tournament. And some tournaments try to seed as much as possible, and some don't seed much at all. You know, so I mean, some just seed just a small group. You know, but ultimately the player size is going to determine the number of seeding spots.
For these TNS VF tournaments, every player was basically given a rating, and anyone that's basically is unknown, or in the sense that I'm not familiar with the name tag, or there's no online record, like don't even see their names in the ladder boards, in the in-game ladder boards, or no tournament history, they're just given a 1. And once they can play a second time in one of those tiers at least, now that there is a track record, that helps.
Yep. And so Reaper just kind of spoke to what I said earlier, because, well, Reaper spoke about that Killer went under a different name, so no one knew it was him at Combo Breaker. And I will say that in general, usually having a seeded spot gives you an advantage, actually, because it pairs you up with people less likely. Going in incognito, if you are a strong player and you go incognito, you are taking the risk that you're going to be fighting like the number 1 or the number 2 or 3 or 4 during the second round. So because of that, like that's the risk you take when you go incognito. So I would like to point out, because some people, they feel like it might be sneaky to go incognito, and I'm like, yes and no. Like, sure, you go in a bit sneaky so that nobody prepares for you in advance or thinks that you're going to be at the tournament. But at the same time, you're probably going to have to fight the hardest fight, like at the start, you know, and that could be good or bad for you. Go ahead.
Offline is not as big of an issue, I think.
Yeah.
Well, for the initial C and bracket settings, yes, if that's the most important thing to you, then yeah. But once the person's there and you recognize who the person is and stuff, then okay. It's a pretty fair match then, because it doesn't matter what you're seeding, right? You play the match, you know who the person is.
Yeah.
I do think online though, if you use a different name, a different account and stuff, especially with Virtua Fighter, in which the matches go by quick.
Yeah.
If you have a background of your opponent, know who your opponent is, you basically could already have some strategy. For the very first round, right? Right.
Well, and that's why a lot of these players do this, right? Is because like when they see you in their bracket, they look. I the day before the tournament, I go into training mode and I just practice reps against the people I expect to fight in my bracket. So I pick 3 characters that I'm likely to fight, the hardest ones, and I just spar and drill little. I don't do it heavily, but I do this lightly, like just doing reps throughout the day. So, knowing who's in the tournament, and just like when you know that, like, if you know Number's gonna be in a tournament, you're gonna practice against Lei Fei, right? If you know GT's in a tournament, you're thinking John, though I knew about Akira before, right? So I knew to practice that. So people do prepare. That is the competitive life, yeah.
Yes, I do think that online. Different account name, different name. It does. It's another a level of playing in that sense.
Yeah, but I would say though that what I like in seeing these tournaments throughout this year, the online tournaments, so Rise, Max, TNS, and NA qualifiers, right? What I've been seeing, though, what I think has been proven again and again is how strong the field is right now. And that right now, nobody feels like they have an easy bracket. Nobody. I don't think many people really do. Numbers might agree when somebody says that, but that's because Numbers is self-deprecating. He's just saying that kind of like, because he just says that, like that's how he would reply. I don't think he had an easy path either. I think it's an insult to his opponents if he thought that, but I don't think so. I think, I think the field is strong. Are the top dogs still the top dogs? Yeah. not too hard to predict top dogs. That's the way it is. But the field has gotten so much stronger overall, and I don't think anyone had an easy path. Like I try not to brag about, like, I don't think I had an easy path. I felt I had a hard path, but I look at everyone else's path and I'm like, everyone else had a hard path too. So, like I fought Juicebox, Jacko, Setsuna, Denkai, Gentleman Thief in last week. I fought Koenraku, who I had an epic grand final battle with, in Seattle. But I fought Koenraku. I fought, I fought Assassin. I fought Shidosha. I can't complain about that, and more. And I fought Radical Reactor also. And I fought Kamai Zoken, who is a strong player. He might be like, hasn't been active in recent years, but he is always a threat. He's always a threat. And he is like Chao's sparring partner. So, and he's a friend.
I think he finished like at top 32 in each of the events.
By the way, Tricky
Jeffrey still plays Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Chencha?
Yeah, he played Jeffrey, yeah. And we had a good match. It was very stressful. It was a very stressful fight with him, too. Like, I think we both dealt with nerves. And the good thing is with him, it's a reading match. With Kamai Zoken, it is a reading match, He might have even more than Chao. He might have more of a troll. What Shidosha would say is a trolley side. The side that's going to go for something that's, like, kind of showboat a little, But Kamai's always been kind of known, like, straightforward Yomi though, and Radical Reactor is really, I don't take Radical Reactor lightly either, but but I know Radical Reactor was probably intimidated because we do have a lot of history sparring with each other. So yeah. Hey Silverbolt, thank you very much. It's so good to have you here, and I really do appreciate you a lot. I appreciate your honesty, your diligence, and your friendship. I do treat it as a friendship because you're always friendly here. So thank you very much, Silverbolt. Yeah, so it was great to see, it is good running into Kamais, and it's good. I'm so happy that Chao is back, right? Yeah. Hey, Tricky again. Tricky, so happy that you're here. Feel free to talk about whatever you want to talk about because it's always fun. We're just chilling. It's like chilling in VF, VF and chill, So, but we would be happy if we. I don't mind sending the stream your way too. Oh, there is a Virtuoso stream today, right?
Yeah, isn't Soy AKAI the one who streams it?
Normally, but I think someone else is today. Because I think Soy AKAI traveled for the regional tournament yesterday, right? South America.
Well, Team Quest is on Team Quest channel.
Awesome. Let's support Team Quest.
That side.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shoo you away.
Huh?
I didn't mean to shoo you away. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I could, if you still go play in the room and talk, I could still chat here.
I'm gonna chat, but you should definitely raid Team Quest because we need to support. We do really need to spread our VF streaming network for everyone, right? And even if they're speaking in Spanish or Portuguese, Spanish mainly, you can also speak English usually, and they're just really nice. Oh, Team Chris. Yes, Team Chris is doing it. Sorry, I misheard you saying Team Quest. Also, shout outs to Team Chris. Hell yeah.
Alright, I still swear on my stream, I'll third quarter starts next weekend. There will be at least one weekend I will not be hosting league sessions as annual family reunion. But also I think we're having another relative show up, but I need to find out when exactly they're showing up. So it's going to be a little it's going to be kind of day to day to figure out which weekend I'm going to be taking off. Alright, but I'll definitely be hosting our first week for the third quarter next weekend. Yeah.
Awesome. Alright, so Team Chris is being rated by AKAI. I'm still streaming right now. But Tricky, looks like Tricky's gonna be streaming soon. because Tricky's gonna be doing some Eileen tag. I'm happy to pass it to Tricky. Tricky, you're on stream already? I'll double check. I'll take a look. Don't ask questions you can figure out the answer to, right? Let's see. But Tricky, how are you doing today? This is like I am so tired as hell. Just like last Sunday, my brain is not cannot really it's functioning, but it's like I'm watching myself in slow motion a bit, and that's okay. It's good training. It's fun, and everybody's fighting so good too. Not taking away from my opponents. General Ripper playing awesome today. Bushido killing it today. So good, so good. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll be right here. So Tricky says she did exactly as she wanted. You want to go on? Should we do this on Discord? You want me to call you? You want to call me? It might echo, but if you want to call me, you can call me.
It was ridiculous.
Let's see. I'm glad that Tricky feels great. Tricky, you had an amazing run. You overcame a lot of stressful obstacles. You had insane matchups. Everybody had insane matchups, to be honest, but Tricky definitely had insane matchups on both tournaments, right? So those were really real epic stuff. And it looked like you conquered a lot of demons on the way, too. So I definitely want to hear about it. Okay. Discord voice chat is there. Discord is really dumb when you've got a phone. It's so dumb when you've got a phone. Why? Alright. Oh, here we go.
Should I try?
Alright, I can hear you now.
Awesome. Perfection. My Discord phone thing wasn't working for a long time, so I wasn't sure if it was going to work. But it did. Let's go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you are awesome. Congratulations yesterday. That's top 8, right?
Yeah. I ended up on 5th place, just one away from top 4, which, is unfortunate, but the way we played in our set with Joe was not good enough to get top 4, so it's fine.
5th place pals. 5th place pals. Sadly, Adam left the club yesterday. No, I'm just kidding. We're so happy for Adam. We're so happy. I am so happy for Adam. That was a dominant performance yesterday, but it was also a well-earned one because everybody did give him a good fight, actually. But you got to see Adam read people. And then by the time we got to the grand final, it's just like, oh my gosh, he's a step ahead every time. And then now he's not even just a step ahead, he's completely ahead. But it's credit to Adam. It's not a discredit to his opponent. It is not a discredit to the opponent.
He's playing the part of the game that I think people sometimes forget about is that both players have to be doing everything properly.
Yes.
So if you let your opponent do things that are punishable or evadable and punishable or interruptible, and you don't do those things, it's not your opponent's fault for doing it to you. It's your fault for not stopping them.
Right.
So, if the opponent knows you can't figure that out, then it's optimal for them to keep doing it.
Well,
it's great play.
It also shows something that I think doesn't get highlighted enough about the way that the heavy characters work in this game. We know that lightweight characters have strings and stuff, but heavy characters have actually very robust strings in this game. They're technical in the sense where those string components can out-hit a lot of stuff. And then and they're kind of versatile because you have a lot more mids in the heavyweights strings. So you see Adam doing a 2 or 3 punch string and nailing someone, and what you might not realize is because if the opponent isn't used to that, they might be trying 5 different options and losing on all of it. They might try to evade this spot, they got hit. They tried to counter hit this spot, they got hit. Right? They tried to backdash, they got hit. And it's and you're no, Adam has found this key that is just beating everything they do, and now they've got to completely reset. They got to take that part of their repertoire out of their game for a moment to just reset the situation with Adam, and it's hard. You're on your back foot. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, so I just want to point it out because I think it's something that on another stream it might look like Adam's trolling or something like that. I'm I don't think it's trolling. I think he's just completely controlling he's like, I know what options you're doing, and this is all I have to do to stop it. But it's also, this is effective, you know. And so Adam is a serious fighter. I mean, yes, he's impish and he likes to joke. That's true, but he's dead serious in the tournament. And this is
something folks might not have known is that so Adam had a tactic, and I'm going to break for y'all here.
Yes.
Which is he reviews footage of his opponents to prepare, but he knows that he's going to have to fight you. So, you know, for Chow, because he didn't have time and fought a lot, he was looking at all his old footage on YouTube and his tournament sets, and using that as prep to get ready, which is part of why you saw such a dominant showing.
Yeah.
Aside from what you saw in his set, he'd also prepped even more so while he was waiting. So, like, footage and replays now, especially replay takeover, in a tournament context, is super useful.
Yeah, Adam does the research. And last week, Chow was in the tournament last week, so Adam knew that he had to research Chow. Go ahead.
And soon, we're going to have the ability in mid-July to look at anyone's replay.
Yeah.
Everyone's. So, if you want to scout your opponent out in bracket or prep for them, just look at their replay. And hopefully you can find someone who they played against with your character.
Yeah.
Which might be hard to play a rare character. But aside from that, you can see what they do.
Well, it's right like now. One replay is going to give you answers, but multiple replays of the same opponent is going to give you robust answers.
Exactly.
And those robust answers, we're going to be in a very interesting part where it can get as detailed or robust as you need it to be, but you're going to have to do it, and that's going to be even harder. So if you thought the mental stack was pretty heavy in this game, you know, some players are going to be definitely tested on this, but when they get through it, the ones that can, that this is a good fit for the way they play, it's going to be pretty insane. So
yeah, it's a lot like players who are really good at just putting lots of reps in, and they can gather a lot of information from that without having to maybe scientifically analyze the game. They can just intuit while they're playing, right? Like the old arcade school kind of player who kind of does really well in that context. Like I'm not that kind of player. I need to look at my things, review them, think about it, then come fight again. I can't really think like that while I'm fighting. This new setup will help players like me do better, and I'm imagining there are a lot of players who are like me that are going to become demonic creatures soon once this comes out.
No, 100%. Well, 100%, and a lot of new generation is already this is their skill set, especially the ones who started playing fighting games during COVID, because the other games have replay takeover and these tools too, you know. But this is great. This is wonderful. I don't feel threatened by it at all. I feel excited and ready to fight it, you know. But also ready to do it too, you know. And I have been. I study replays every morning. I am grateful that I do have it on the Steam Deck, that I'll just lie down on the couch and be reviewing. It's not the same because the controls is not nearly as good, unless you put it on the table, but put it on a table with the controller connected. But I have, ever since the replay takeover feature, it's because of the replay takeover that I'm reviewing replays a lot more. In the past, I would hoard replays, but I didn't watch that many of them, if I'm being honest, right? I was more likely to watch match footage, actually, but because I wanted to watch how other people are playing. But with replay takeover, it's like every day I make it a task that but I also tell myself I have to do all the other training too. You got to go into training mode itself and practice the stuff. Dude, the recording feature is still one of the best tools in training mode, period. You know, of course we want a better recorder. That's coming in maybe VF6, you know, because I do want I like all those features in Tekken. I like that we've got index moves, so you can just say go to move number 30, you know, and tell people concretely how to set it up. But I think the thing everyone's excited about being able to download and send replays is people are hoping to build training replays too, and I think that'll be amazing. Mm-hmm. So go ahead. You have so much to say. I gotta let you speak.
No, it's fine. I'm just getting into my apartment. I'm about to switch to my like actual proper mic setup in a second to actually you keep talking. I'm about to switch over. Give me 1 second.
Okay. But yeah, no, this was a wonderful experience, right? I'm really happy. I'm happy that also, I think with the results of Setsuna and myself, the threat of the Rock Reaper and other players, last week, Tricky and a lot more players showed up to League. And I think that was because they saw that League is also valuable and helps. Tricky pretty much declared, like, someone said, "Are you playing League now?" She's like, "I have to. Like, it clearly works," you know? And because it's the same thing that Setsuna and I see. It's like, I like playing long sets too. It is my favorite way to play this game, is long sets. I'm a run back freak. People know that. Ray knows this. Ray knows that if I play offline with him and like people are waiting for us, I might be a selfish jerk and play with Ray because we're running back like for like 4 hours straight. You know, it's happened.
Yeah.
But at the same time, tournaments are usually first to 2. Now in Portland we did all first to 3 tournaments for the whole tournament. It works for Final Showdown. It works for Revo. But at the same time, it's hard to ask a regional or national tournament to do that. They're not going to do it. They want to just go to the next game too. They want to rotate through different viewers. But as a player, yes, you want long sets, but you can't use that as your crutch. You have to get good at all of it. You got to get good at short and long form. And so first to ones like force you to make strategic decisions like at tactical speed, you know? Like, I need to make a correction now. Go ahead.
Am I going through okay? I just want to make sure I'm...
You are very clear.
Okay, perfection. Like you were saying, the first to one setup, I think, is proven to be a highly effective League training tool also, because so many of the current stronger players are coming from these leagues.
Yeah.
Right?
Because it gives them exposure that they didn't right? It's hard to get the exposure online. We're dealing with the new generation that is growing up with online ranked. You and I know why online ranked isn't everything. It's good.
No.
But you and I know why it's not everything. Ray knows why it's not everything. But this young generation doesn't. I've had to convince them on why old heads are playing in rooms, you know, and why we do leagues. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. No. I mean, you need reps. You need reps with the same players, and you also need a diverse set of players to do reps with, which we didn't have for so long. And it was kind of wild, kind of noticing that, like I was saying in the chat, the landscape of players' skills has condensed dramatically. And there isn't as big of a gap between players like you, players like me, players like Adam, even players like GT. Everyone gets fucked. Yeah.
Everyone can get killed, and it's not free for anyone.
Yeah.
Right now, it may have been in the past, but it's not right now. Okay. So whatever old mental adage someone might have, thinking, oh, it'll be fine. No, it won't be. You're gonna get cooked.
No, 100%. Well, and so the downside to the old ways too. So now I kind of dogged a bit on the new ways, online ranked, right? Yeah. Some of the downsides to the old ways. The downside to the old ways, and you've definitely you've felt this. I know you specifically have felt this. It's easy to get clicked out. In the old ways, it's easy to get clicked out. This is why some of the old heads, when they're talking, when you actually see their player tier list, it's a bit off, right?
Yeah. And
it's a bit off because it's insulated from the sphere of interaction. These are the players I play with. These are the players I talk with. You gotta learn how to be fast, right? We're gonna try this new guy from this other region, but he doesn't play fast, so he's not used to the New York speed yet. But later on when he does, then you're like, oh, they got pretty strong pretty fast. Yeah. But then they still think that this person's way low tier, right? And you're kind of like, no, there's a problem is you didn't play them that much. Give them like a whole weekend and see what they do. Give them a whole week, see what happens. When we do these leagues, you get the experience from the fast players, the slow players, from the matchups. Look at how much we fought Shun, Aoi, Taka. We fought every matchup in these league battles. In my Tuesday leagues, we pretty much have had every character represented like a lot, you know? And that's what you need, right? Like, my biggest gap in Final Showdown, when Ultimate Showdown came out, I felt like I spent 2 years trying to learn how to fight against Akira. And I was like, all the Akiras are on the East Coast and they don't want to play. I was playing offline mostly. So in the West Coast, I didn't have an Akira to fight against, you know? And and people use the excuse that, oh, you're Leon, and so they underrate me because they think I'm just winning just because I'm Leon, right? Yeah. And I have to fight that, and that's okay. Like, I'm not upset about that because it's reasonable, but it's one of those things where it's like, you need that exposure, but you can get clicked out, right? And when you get clicked out, it means that this click is like, they're kind of being butt heads. They don't know it. They're not intentionally being butt heads, but it's easy to have like to be in your clique, and then you don't realize, oh, there's the other cliques. But now we have this opportunity. That's what the league for me is especially valuable, is showing beginners, but also advanced everyone. Oh, let's see what you're like. You get to see for yourself what you are exposed to. You get to see for yourself what's working and not working. You get to see the difference between this player that's supposedly so strong versus this player that's learning versus this player that's on their way up. And they get to see all of it in the leagues, you know?
Is your room still up or is it gone?
It's AKAI's room, but it's under General Ripper.
General, why don't I see it? That's weird.
Because it's under General Ripper because AKAI left.
But I don't. Oh,
it's PSN. This is on PSN. Sorry. Yeah. By the way, Tricky, I am the unified North America champion because I won both Steam and PSN this season. So, you know.
Hey, let's fucking go. Next season, I'm actually going to be there now.
No, next season you're going to be there. I think even Denkai will be there because I think Denkai is like. I think Denkai is even tired of saying I'm not a like quick set player. I think at some point you have to face it and go, do you want to still be a not quick set player? You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
I've been telling him for years. I was like, bro, your short set play isn't as good as your long set play. He's like, yeah, well, I beat you in long set. Yeah, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I beat you in short sets, so like, who cares? Longer sets.
Right.
The short sets are what matter in reality if you're gonna play in a competitive setting.
Well, but I don't see how a short set game is gonna hinder your long set game. Right? There's no logical explanation for that, right? So it's just saying, okay, just get good at the short set because we know you're long set. This will only make you better, you know. Or at the very least, it makes you willing to. Maybe it makes you willing to throw in. The hard part is true. If you're a long set player, only you want to read, you want information, then you don't like to volunteer information. And I get that, right? My game is trying to force you to give me information. So, you know, it's really it's like trying to take it at knife point, you know?
Yeah, I mean, long set play also, it's something I talked to like Shua about a while ago. Is it a year ago, maybe? I don't know, a while ago. Basically, he was saying that like using reads in Yomi to win is a crop.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't aim to win on reads. If he has to use them to win, he will. But when he's doing that, he knows it's a crutch.
It is. It's true. This is my challenge. No, well, this is my challenge, right? My challenge is that I rely a lot on reads. And the fact is that you can play the way GT plays. That said, on the other side of the coin, as I've said before, I think it's really good that GT is playing Akira. Because Akira is going to force him to just guess like all the time. Like every play is a guess for him now. And what that does is this pushes GT past his comfort zone. GT's happy outplaying people, and he's been outplaying the whole country and the whole half of the world.
Yeah.
But to beat Japanese, he does also have to be like, he has the reads. So here's the thing: he's got the Yomi, he's got the smarts. He's just not willing to use it as much because he's been comfortable. So it's like the reverse thing of Shiwa, right? So now he's got to go, okay, I'm being forced to guess, and I'm being forced to guess a little more. So he's getting himself comfortable. Like, I don't see him playing Akira permanently, but I see him playing Akira to power himself up for basically the end of the year. That's what I see.
I think he's wanting to not have to use John.
Yeah.
John is still stronger, but like his Akira is not bad.
No, his Akira is really good.
It's pretty good.
It's working on very specific key stuff, but that's also the building process too, right? He's building his game out.
Okay.
I'm just like, if he just, in my head, I'm just like, if he just did super dashing elbow a little more, then his Akira is like way more scary. Because what I realized when I fought him was backdash is not bad against GT's Akira. It's like Final Showdown Akira, right? But the thing is so then it's like, why is he not doing super dashing elbow? Partly because that's a real dedication of input. That's a real dedication of input. That's fully committed guess. Right? But here's the thing. It is an insanely robust guess because it's safe on block. And if you're thinking about that, it's theoretically safe on evade. It really is. Like, it is hard to punish. You have to evade throw that thing. It's hard to punish it on evade. But not only that, it accidentally hits evade, right? You even do backdash evade. You even do backdash evade, and because of the whole 666 input, sometimes they input it slow enough that they still just nail you after a full backdash evade. It is the most, with this new range in Revo, the Revo super dashing elbow is insane backdash killer. Not just backdash killer. It can kill your backdash evade. It can kill your backdash evade backdash. It can kill a lot of stuff. Like, you have to pretty much go backdash evade forward dash guard. Why were you doing that then? You know what I mean? So it's like, so this thing makes you stick to Akira more than you want. It is robust the way that it is right now. It is insanely robust. And here's the cool part for Akira. To the Akira opponent, you get hit by this? Oh, how did he know? He read me. To the Akira player, I was just doing a good move. You know, he didn't think deeply about it at all. He just did it because, you know, and it's just like, because it's a good move, you know. It's just like, so anyways, I'll let you go because you have so much fire.
I'm live now too, so.
Oh, awesome. Actually, I am going to send a raid. I'm going to give a quick shout out though. Dark Nova, thank you for support. Casey, which is STL Tim, thank you for support. And Nova says he also wants to improve his short set game too, right? There's no excuses. There's no way your short set game is going to ruin your long set game. You can still have your long set game. Keep working at it. Keep working on both. Yeah. never ignore the long set, but keep working on both.
There's some tactics that only work in one or the other, which I think is part of why like players who are really good at one don't want to be good at the other. Like, I used to be bad, quote unquote bad. I never really fully agreed with this, but I was bad at longer sets. It was believed that I was bad at longer sets.
I don't think that was ever true, though. But go ahead.
It was never true. I mean, that was like we were saying earlier. It's like they couldn't.
But you're fighting monsters, so monsters are having a skewed perspective too, and you became a monster. You know.
Exactly. But what it is that there are different tactics that you need to use in a longer set, or that are available to you in a longer set than in a short set. Yeah. Like a short set, you can blitz a bitch out, and like. You can have enough relatively safe mixes that only work once or twice. Or a mix that is between like 2, maybe 3 things that all can kill them. If they're wrong, you kill them. They're dead. It's over. A couple of steel, grimy ass, you're dead. You have to know this exact positioning, this exact everything. But if you don't know it, you're dead. That all works in a short set context, and no amount of preparation will counteract that. It just works because that's just the nature of the game. It just happens sometimes. Yeah. Corollary though, in long sets, that will stop working near the end. of the long set. So at the end of a long set, you can still play super big, actually you can play even more risky the longer your set goes, because you have more and more information and more clarity on how your opponent wants to approach your matchup. Which you would think, oh, well, you'd play safer in a long set and like more balls to the wall in a short set. But it's the opposite. You play more balls to the wall in a long set near the end. In the beginning, it might be more safe. By the end, it's just you're seeing shit come out. You're like, why the fuck are you doing that? That's ridiculous. Like, what possessed you? Because you knew. But you won't see that in a short set. The short sets tend to be either really esoteric, balls to the wall, I'm gonna run and just kill you with my shit, and I have enough of it to kill you, and every character does. Or it's super safe, I'm super solid on my defense, I'm able to block whatever the fuck you're gonna throw at me, and I'm not gonna crack, but you better not fucking crack, because if you do, you're gonna hit by that bullshit that, is gonna kill you. It's a different, again, in a long set, you can afford to be wrong a bunch. You can afford to be adjusting and to be kind of sloppy until you lock in, and then you kill your opponent. There's no time to lock in a short set. You have to be locked in right away and throw your shit out and not fuck anything up.
Yeah.
So it's they're both skill sets that I found personally.
They're both really big skill sets, right? And it's also, and again, it's when players only play ranked, they do see the game in a very narrow kind of way, right? And you can kind of tell their perspective because they're so worried about tactics so badly, but there is a deeper strategy and there is a direction where the game is moving that the long set helps the short set. Actually, that's my experience too. And the long set tells you where, like, if you play long sets, you learn where the game's going. You learn, like, oh, if they did adapt to this, so you can be a step ahead. Because just like GT has said at the start of Revo to people when he's teaching them, the important thing is to get to be a step ahead of your opponent, but not too far ahead. If you're too far ahead of your opponent, you're going to just outplay yourself,
Yeah.
But the way that you see it is, if you play long sets, you'll see it. If you play short sets only, then you're a good tactical player, but you might not understand the strategy. Like people are just like, how did you know I was going to do that? And it's like, well, that's because I'm forcing you to either do that or die, right? But if you play short set only, it's really hard to see it, and so
exactly.
you need to do it all. And all right, this is a good time to raid Tricky. We're going to raid Tricky over, so I'm going to raid Tricky, and this is going to be an amazing thing. Tricky's going to spill all the secrets on Eileen, right? This is what's wonderful. When we finish a season, we get to go into off-season. Off-season's when everybody in the whole scene gets to get stronger, by opportunity. You have to take the opportunity. Here's opportunity knocking. Let's see if you're going to take it, All right, so we're starting the raid, and I'll let you know when that's gone. But everyone, thank you so much. This has been a real fun season. Congratulations to me for taking first in, even though I didn't win a first today, but I took first in PSN, I took first on Steam on NA. I don't know how long that happens because we're gonna have crossplay eventually, but who's gonna take it? Maybe Tricky's gonna be the unified champion this next season. I would not bet against that. So, but that's a lot of pressure because that's a lot of time on Saturday, Sunday, and I know that Tricky has work and Tricky needs their weekend. So we'll see. But it is hard because in the past that was the hard part for you though. Was that managing all this time, and also I'm glad that you have technique now so where your hands aren't worried about the game as much anymore. So
also it's been enough time so that my hands are okay.
They've got the muscles, the support, the ligaments are strong. All right,
they've healed and gotten stronger, but I'm okay now. But you can always get messed up again, so that's why my posture is perfect. Yep. Musically, when I play, I don't punch, I don't tense, I keep it very loose.
All right.
Like gentle.
Here goes the raid. I'll see you all over there on Tricky's channel.
Yeah. I mean, we can keep chatting.
No, I'm still gonna chat. I'm telling them I'll see them on your channel. But I just really appreciate everyone.
Yeah, I was tweeting out. So like this tournament run, because no secret, I was pissed as hell at how I performed last time. I was so angry, and
you turned that fire into fuel.
Yeah, well, I'm not. It's great thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm eating canes, chat, and I'm sorry.
It's about the sauce, not the chicken.
It's forced. I'm sorry. It's not bad.
Okay.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, would I have this all the time? No, it's not that good. But it's not like I'm gonna hate this and like. It's not horrible.
It's clearly good enough that a lot of people stand in long lines for it, even here in Portland. So, you know.
I'm in Harlem. I just went to Harlem. It was packed full of black people.
Yeah, that cannot be bad, right?
No, like how the hell are these people? No way they're saying this is that.
But you're also in New York. Look, if I asked a New Yorker about like Shake Shack, they're always be like, meh. You know, if you ask him, you know, Setsuna is really happy to go to, what's the pastrami place? What's the place for sandwiches? Cats, right? And New Yorkers be like, meh. You know, Cats Deli. You know?
I mean, it was pretty good. It was meh, though. You're right. Yeah, I was like, this isn't worth $30. So what the
So, yeah. But everyone outside New York really is going to want it, you know, because they don't have it. So, you know, I don't have it either. I want it. I've been to places that try to imitate Cats. It's not at all like it. So for me, it's like, oh, I want that.
I stumbled upon the Cats by mistake, and I was there. I'm like, why is this so packed? Like, what's going on here? So I walked in like completely unaware of where I was, and I'm like asking the front counter person. I'm like, hey, how does this work? What is this place? What do y'all do? I'm like in this famous place, completely ignorant of anything, and you were very kind, but it was okay. It was okay. It was too expensive. I could have gotten a steak for that. And like, is it as good as a steak? No, just isn't. No, steak's better.
Yep.
But back to the tactics stuff. I was pissed. I was upset and raging. Like I had not just about the laws. Like this has been going on for a while. It's like unsettled subconscious process that I kept having when I was competing in these like Sega-based tournaments online. And I didn't know what it was, 'cause I never had that happen before. That was new. I knew I was bothered, but I didn't understand how bothered I was in the past. Like, past being... But I would...
Excellent. Round 3. Ready, go.
Can you hear me okay? I'm gonna call you back. I'm so sorry.
Just leave fight. Straight up. I use my subconscious to fight. I use my gut instinct to fight when I'm fighting. When I'm training, not so much. I'm using my brain. I'm thinking.
Right. You're more conscious mind, yeah.
Yeah. Like Chan, you know very well. Like there's tournament tricky. There's training tricky.
Yes.
And training tricky is not subconsciously based. Training tricky, she's in here thinking.
Right, but training tricky is also when you're training like that. It's mentally stacked, but it has to be because it's at the forefront of your. It's a slower process because it's not just firing a synapse. You know, it's like it's like it's tinkering and it's training. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, but then in the tournament tricky doesn't do that. Tournament tricky, her brain is off. She's just feeling, experiencing noticing being that is letting her subconscious react. And I listen. I have, because I'm studying for being a psychologist that's like gone through analysis and has like really good understanding of my emotions and kind of how things impact me emotionally. And it's really good for information. As long as you can sort out what is coming from your opponent, what your opponent's behavior is doing, what you've been doing, where the ring is, and what's just your own shit that's just muddying it up. Yeah. And I've always been able to keep my own shit pretty separate, and it was easy, basically. I could just easily calm my mind, feel what's going on, and then move. Sometimes I would get a little panicked here and there, and then my own emotions would get loud. And when that happens, it's harder to receive information from my opponent. It's harder to read them. My decisions tend to be poorer in those moments. Yeah. But now, the last event, and even the one before that, my subconscious was like unsettled. I couldn't settle it. It was just constantly like this bubbling ocean that was just raging. And I'm like, girl, calm the fuck down. Like, you're not anxious. You're a god. You know you're a god. Why the fuck? You're not anxious. And I wasn't anxious. It was something else. It was rage. I was mad. And I never played well mad. That's not something I've ever been good at. I would just not be mad. I wouldn't do it.
It's a hard one to manage, especially if you haven't experienced it enough to train it. It's really hard. It's really, really hard.
Yeah, I know rage well.
Yeah, you definitely know rage. Yeah, yeah, no, that's true. But under the context of you need to perform with this rage, and you don't have, and you have a time limit. You have a real time limit. You know,
having to perform with the rage. That was the adjustment I needed to make, which was, okay, this rage is here. I can't suppress it anymore. For whatever reason, it's here now.
I've seen you win big and lost big on rage. So, you know, not much. It's really rare, but I've seen it, and I've seen you rise with it, and where you ride it, and hopefully it's near the end of the tournament, because I don't want to know what it's like if you had to go like more matches after that, but I've also seen you lose big because like it just tilts, you know, like because it tilts almost everyone. It's fire, so it's hard to manage.
Right. So right, you've seen that exactly. So imagine I was coming in on baseline set 1 with that in my subconscious, just sitting around. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? Get the fuck out! You're not supposed to show till the end of the tournament. The fuck? You come at the end. Not now. It's too soon for you.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you so raging about? Like, what the fuck? And I know what it was. But regardless of what it was, which I figured out 2 nights ago, talking with Speed and, I found out last week and on stream what it was. And then the intensity of it, I found out 2 days ago when I was talking with Speed Kicks on DMs in Twitter, after I talked with Setsuna and loosely about it, and Adam, and I talked with the Rock Reaper days before that. I talked with a bunch of folks about like what was making me so angry, and that was distracting because like I had to just talk about it. It had nothing to do with the game. It was irrelevant to the game completely, but it was impacting my play. And I've had this problem before, where I say it's an old feeling where like, and I think some players know this, they used to know this, that like, if you can't beat me tactically in the game, you can try and beat me outside the game.
Yeah.
By being an asshole. Like, because I'll get mad. Like, if you're an asshole, I'll be mad. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And then I'll be like so mad at you for whatever the fuck you're being like an asshole around. It will be very hard for me to fight you because I'm too busy thinking about how much of a fucking asshole you are. Yeah. And that upsets my subconscious, and it lets me not be able to like listen to you anymore within the game.
Yeah.
But you have to be able to do. So, Speed Kids gave me a really good metaphor, which was I told him all of this. I was like, hey, need help. Well, Loose Leaf said, reach out to Speed. He can help you with this. He's really good at this stuff. And I was like, I never talked to him before. Or, I don't know. Like, I was embarrassed. This is embarrassing. And I'm like, God damn it. Like, all of that. I was mad at myself that I was even dealing with this problem. And so I reached out, said, hey, I'm having a mental thing for this tournament. I'm trying to figure it out. You know, if you have time. He's like, yeah. What's going on? I explained it. And at the time, I explained it as, like, I'm just mad. Like, my subconscious is just, like, unsettled and I'm angry. He's like, is it just anger? Which was a great question. Because even in my explanation of the problem, it wasn't just anger. It wasn't just mad. I was like, I listed off the emotions. And then the last one I listed was rage. I'm like, oh, shit, it's rage. He's like, yeah, it's rage, exactly. That's what's getting in your way. That's what's unsettling your subconscious right now. It's the rage. And I already understood that, like, I couldn't silence it. I couldn't silence and settle the rage. So, and you can't perform with rage in your mind. It just doesn't work because it's blinded. Like, rage blinds you. I even know how it impacts my play. Like, it makes me more aggressive. It makes me not attend to my opponent's mix-ups as well. It literally blinds me to what they're doing and to what my next option might be. I might mix like 3 interactions or 2 quick interactions because of that rage. Not because I'm thinking about being angry, but because my subconscious is too busy with this rageful feeling that I couldn't feel the fact that I just got smacked in the face like 3 times and that I was -2 maybe, or -5 or -7, and I'm jabbing, thinking that I blocked their 2P, but I didn't. I got hit.
Yeah.
Like, those are the things that, those quick interactions is what I use the subconscious for, because it's faster and it's more accurate.
Right.
So the metaphor is, okay, you're gonna keep the rage. It's gonna be there. You can't really use it. It's like it's not good to make decisions in the game based off of your emotion. I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why this is a problem.
Yeah.
It's okay to feel the emotion, but it's not always ideal to make a decision based off of it in the game. Like, based on how you're feeling. Like, I feel like it's the right thing to do. Well, why do you feel that way? You know, do you want to feel that way, or is that really what's coming in the game or not? So he's like, well then, but the rage is here. Use it as motivation. And I'm like, well, I never use it as motivation, like, because it's like so corrosive and so loud. Like, it's literally like a fucking siren in my ear. I can't hear anything. So he was like, all right. And he used like an analogy that he uses for most people who have torment nerves. But it's like, for you, it's not about anxiety. You're not anxious. You're just feeling rage. So you can use the same kind of mental tactic here, which is, imagine you're floating. It's like floating in water, like in a pool or in the ocean. And spoiler alert, I've never been good at floating. That's never been something I'm good at. I always think, I'm really good at swimming. I'm a great swimmer. I'm a lifeguard, but I'm not a good floater. Okay, it's never been.
Gotcha. That's a big insight. Go ahead, but that's
right.
That's a really big insight. I feel it. So.
Yeah. I always think. I can't study. It's just too panic. But I'm a great swimmer though. So I'm like, I'll just swim. Fuck it. I don't need to float. If I'm in a position where I have to float, I'm just gonna die. Fuck it. You know. But just be good swimming. Fine. So he says, well, let's say you were struggling to float, but you are still floating. The water is the trigger. Whatever's triggering you to feel that feeling.
Yeah.
And the panic that leads you to sink into the trigger is the rage. For other areas who are maybe anxious, it's their anxiety. And as you're floating, you might get to the point where the water is like over your mouth, just barely touching your nose. So you can't breathe out your nose anymore, right? Like, it's almost suffocating you, but it's not. But it's almost suffocating you because you're starting to panic. And as you release the tension in your body, open your lungs and breathe, take big breaths and keep your air big, you will be able to actually float and stay above. So that's what you got to do. The trigger that's making you feel rage, and yes, you're still going to rage. The panic is still going to be there. The anxiety is still going to be there. But you need to not let it cause you to sink.
Yeah.
You need to work with it as motivation to keep you focused, which is fine. It's fine to use rage or anger as a focusing tool. Anxiety too, like you need some of it. Especially anxiety. Anxiety is not like all bad. It can be performance enhancing, actually, if you focus it properly. But rage by definition is not. Anger is fine, but rage isn't. Because rage is by definition blinding, destructive to everything around it and to the person experiencing it. It's something one wants to work through.
Yeah.
And dissipate, not have sit. And I couldn't dissipate it. So I was like, fuck. So that was part of it. So I did that yesterday. Throughout the event, I was like, those who watched me live heard me saying, float, Tricky, float. Just keep floating. Because I would get angry. And I would feel a little bit of the tinge of rage. And I felt it at different times. But I was able to bring it back in. I could even call out in my replays, which I would look at right afterwards, the moments in the mix-ups where I was feeling the rage and it was causing me to make poor decisions.
Yeah.
But luckily it wasn't that long. The second thing was, it's really lonely, straight up. like it's really lonely to play in a tournament online.
I talked about this. Go ahead. Yes.
You already talked about that.
No, but go ahead, please expand on it because I felt it so much, and I told everyone this feels so damn isolating when you play, not in a league, but when you play online in a tournament. It's so isolating if you don't play music or if you don't put on like an audiobook or something in there, because it's like, it's one thing when I'm meditating in my matches to breathe, which is my form of floating, right?
Yes.
But it's another, like, when it's like there's no one to go to, there's nothing to look at. I need something to stimulate me a little, because so that I can like refocus on what's important. But otherwise, this feels, I guess it's like a kid feeling like stared down by their parents. It's kind of the feeling you have when you're isolated, you know. But you go ahead.
It's such a fascinating experience too, because for me it's a different feeling. It's still isolating, and like there's a feeling of loneliness there. But the problem that comes for me in that is different, in that it comes back to the rage, right? I can distract myself with other people.
Yeah.
I can be like, oh, well, let me just talk to so-and-so. And because here's the other thing that happens with the rage, right? It doesn't, I don't just get mad at the person or mad at whatever thing I'm feeling around. In a match, if I fuck something up, which is why it's such a fucking vicious cycle, miss a punish, or like I do something poorly because of their rage blinding me and being unable to see, then I get rageful at myself, and then I become the target of the rage, and that's distracting. So I'm like fighting, and I'm like, fuck, and then you get mad. I get mad I get rage at myself for whatever just happened, and then it makes the next decision worse, and the next decision worse, and the next decision worse, and then like all those negative thoughts, all the shit that, like, this is why, like, I think shit talk is fine, but like it's there are limits, and like when it becomes just unrealistic, like you're saying, oh, here's ass. It's like, well, no, I wouldn't beat people up. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? Are you watching the game? Are you actually aware of anything I've done in the past, like, 3 years? Hello? Where the fuck are you? Where have you been? the fuck are you to say this? Like all that.
They're trying to get you locked into the intellectual honesty part of this. You know?
Right. But then it's like, well, then they're not doing anything. But regardless, but like, but like that's important, right? Because those are the thoughts that come up when I'm feeling that self-directed rage. It's like I'll hear those fucking comments. I'll hear those things I've had said to me, not just once, not just twice, but throughout my fucking virtual fighter career.
Yeah, the triggers are all coming out.
Yeah, they all come. They all fucking come. And I'm like, here they fucking are. And I know they're lying. I know they're bullshit. But it doesn't matter because I'm fighting someone right now and I don't have time to bring it back. They're here now. And I have to, again, work with that rage and let it be a motivator, but not let it unsettle my very precious subconscious Zen state. Yeah. Which is a still ocean. So having people, so when I'm isolated, right, not talking to anyone and competing, those thoughts, I may not say it on stream, but like they're there and like they're just flying and I can't like stop them necessarily. I might throw them in the back and say, I might try to suppress it, but like it's still working on my unconscious and like because I can feel it. I can feel my subconscious getting more and more unsettled and more loud and noisy. But with other people who care about you, who value you, like this is why I had Setsuna and Loose Leaf in a group chat. They'll be like, you got this. It's okay. You got this. Lock in. You're locked in. You're better. Yeah. Sorry, you get him next time. You get him next set. You're gonna like. There are literally moments because I had them in the group chat the entire time, where Loose Leaf just came up. Most importantly, during my set with Sidosha, were saying, like, we're cheering at moments when I made really good calls. I made really good, like, I did really good shit. Yeah. And like that is now imprinted in my mind, in my subconscious of like, when I'm feeling that rage, I can counteract it now. But I'm hearing those internal dialogues of old people who are fucking idiots. I can still hear the rage. I'm still mad. Right. Like, that madness is still there. Like that's not going to go away unless they come and talk. But until that happens, I'm going to stay rageful, and that's going to stay there. I may not act on it, but like the feeling's there. I know that.
But it's good to have an overriding force, though. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Change out. Yes, exactly. I mean, it's I have these other messages now, like that I can use within the set, within the moments, to not only help keep the motivation of the rage that does come because it's there in its right place. Yeah. But it also helped me dissipate it. Yeah. Like I was able to make it go away. Actually. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Go ahead.
Well, it's like, you know, look, you grew up in like the toughest of the offline scenes. You know, New York is, because everybody in New York's got a front. Everyone in New York got to say they're peacocking in a tougher way, you know, and they're trying to tell you you're not all that. It is just part of the culture, but at the same time, sometimes it cuts real deep. And so it's good to have that overriding force like Setsuna or Speed Kicks or Loose Leaf, right? Or Adam especially. Wow, right? What an overriding voice to have in your head is to have Adam cheering you on, you know? And so, you know, because for me, I don't experience rage much, so the closest, I mean, I approach it because I get to the anger phase, but I'm at least, but like you said, anger is the thing that you can channel. Rage has gone beyond control, because this is something that has overridden your system. Your emotional control has lost it. You know, you have lost emotional control, and now like this is a genie that has to be put back in the bottle during the fight is insanely hard. Is almost impossible, actually. You know, and so And so it's one of those things where you can train yourself, but mostly you're like, again, everything I'm talking about is trying to how do we turn anger back into, channel that into focus, into determination. But like, but again, when you hit rage, you're like, you're off the reservation, you know. So it's like, you know, buffaloes are being slayed, you know, Indians are being slayed, you know. We're off the reservation when it comes to rage. But having those other things pull you back towards peace, so that you can refocus back into anger, back into determination. Because I'm not against anger being in your competitiveness, because I've definitely found ways to channel that into a focus and then solve problem by problem until I can get to the actual real problem I need to solve in the fight, which is the strategy or tactics, you know. But if you have these other things that are triggering your anger, sometimes you have to channel that anger just to function and to get back to strategy and tactics, because you just lose control of it. Of course, the stuff that you've trained yourself to be super badass and good at can come out, and that's why you see those types of outplays when people are angry. Mm-hmm. But again, rage is something else, because rage is just, you're about to DQ yourself. You know, rage is like when people jump out of the ring in the middle of the match. You're like, what? You could have fought that, you know?
Right.
And so I did see it a little bit last night, because I did comment on it. I was just like when you did offensive move twice, and I was like, that was anger. That was more anger. But I can also see where, not to dig old wounds, but like, I've fought Nobi and Radical Reactor quite a bit, and I can see how it can like add, not because of them personally, because the way their games play. Radical Reactor will just stop time if he feels he's in danger, and you're just sitting there like, why don't you freaking attack me back? He's like, he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. You gotta poke him, but then you're like, fine, I will attack, and then you get blasted. And you're just like, and this is kind of like what players like Setsuna does. Like, there are players that can completely defy your pace or whatever tempo you want. You're not getting it. You're gonna be uncomfortable this whole fight. Radical Reactor's kind of like that. And Vanessa's the perfect vehicle for that too, because she can out hit stuff at the last moment too, right?
Yeah,
so,
and like, speaking of like rage-inducing characters, I mean,
you have no, yeah, well, because Vanessa's like, you have no agency, you know, so it's like she's designed to counter VF, right? I mean, I don't like to say what is real VF, not real VF. I hate that. I hate when people say that, because I'm like, they're making an excuse. But
yes,
but Vanessa is designed to be a contra to contradict traditional VF if she wants to. So, you know, like traditional theories of it. Yeah, and well, the thing is yeah, Shun is kind of like really good at playing the harder games, but he's easier time doing it. So keep away is something that's actually kind of hard to do in VF, and Shun is very good at it, on top of being good at chasing too. Which Brad is good at keeping away, but he's not good at chasing. Like, he's very narrow on chasing, so it becomes easier to read. But Shun, you're just like, if you don't know all the tricks of his way of chasing you, you might be walking into a death trap, you know. So, and Leifei can kind of do that too, right? Leifei tricks you because he makes you feel like his keep away game is a normal Nitaku, and you're like, this is a keep away game.
I have to kill. Hold on a second. Right back. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah. But to what Tricky was speaking though, because it's true that I don't experience rage that much, especially in a match, but I've definitely been upset, and I definitely have my triggers too. The hard part about rage is it can be triggered by traumas, I think. And I think Tricky, you know, she's had traumas from how much she's had to prove herself. And this is a person who's had to prove herself on like a billion levels, you know, and from different directions too. And so, but everybody has their struggles, and everyone has had to prove themselves. Everyone has had to make sacrifices to get to where they are, and to get what they've got, and just to hold on to what they've got. So we're not ignoring those things, but it is also true that Tricky has I can see Tricky getting angrier and working with it, but rage is just so very hard. So I'm glad that and I think what Tricky was saying about having support having that vocal support is huge, because I do get it in tournaments. And the good thing about in tournaments is I get vocal support from people around me, but also when I signal to them that I need to focus, they let me focus. And that's a cool thing when you have that. And Dark Nova is got another kind of energy where Dark Nova in an offline tournament, like, he doesn't mind he doesn't do this much, but if he's feeling kind of like, oh, I need a breather here, he might kind of interact with somebody nearby. And it's nothing wrong with this. This is nothing against the rules, but he'll just kind of like, this will be his way to recharge his energy and get back into it, you know? And as the opponent, if I can rush him, I will. I'll just hit the button and be like, we're back in the match. But
we'll do it within the match.
Yeah. So we always use the match. Well, yeah, but this is okay. Like, look, when you fight the Japanese, if you have Fudo there, he's gonna coach, you know, and you kind of just know it. So don't let it bother you. Just kind of, you know.
I mean, I expect that.
In my match with R Panda at Fight Kingdom on stream, people noticed that I was meditating, and this wasn't a big deal. I think what it is that sometimes I know the opponent needs to take a breather, especially if they lost the game before, so they're going to take their time selecting character, selecting stage, and I'm not against it. I never let that piss me off. I'm just kind of like, okay, so I'm just going to sit here and meditate, and I just focus on the breaths, right? I'm just focusing on each breath and I'm counting them, but I'm also thinking about my game plan. So I get strategy time, I get self-coaching time, so I use it. The tennis player Andre Agassi is a type that likes to rush, so he's kind of like the Paul 6'8" KDMD of tennis, where Andre Agassi will always try to rush the opponent. He tries to make them serve right away. He will talk to the lineman and say, hey, if the ball kid is being too slow, he will tell them. So he wants to go on that tempo. And that's fine and good, and he's a huge champion, so this is not a wrong way. But for me, I think it's a lot easier to slow time than to speed it up. And some opponents are just going to say no, and then you're like, well, what will you do when they say no? You know, are you going to get more upset? Are you going to tilt yourself? Or are you good at channeling that anger? If you are, that's fine. If it works for you, it's fine. I'm not against these things that can be self-help strategies. They can also be gamesmanship. I don't see them as the worst things. Like, if I'm fighting Denkai, I know that we may take time on some stuff, and that's okay.
Yes, he'll take time.
You know, like,
you find that he's gonna take time to it. At some point in time, he's getting fucked.
So what's important is you got to use it, right? So what's important is just, well, okay, like, so I'm just gonna meditate. I'm gonna strategies. I'll pull up the PS4. I'll play training mode. I don't know. I'll do something. You know, if it's online tournament, you can do that. But it's like, do whatever you can. Try to keep your agency, even when your opponent's trying to take it away. But the problem with rage is that's the loss of agency, and that's why it's really important to talk about your insights.
And like the rage isn't like at the forefront, right? Like it's because like some of the rage is like, you know, people talk about the ring, stuff like that. Like that's the rage that's completely out of one's control. What we're talking about here is like subconscious rage. Yeah. Which is subtle. Right?
It is. It bubbles under the surface. It's so...
Right. That's that's the bubbling I'm talking about.
That landmine. It's horrible.
Yeah. It's there. You know it's there. But like when I'm fighting, that's what I use. Yeah. I use that. That's where I live when I'm fighting. So I pull that out, and it lets me make decisions faster. That's how I hold my mental stack so large, because I'm not holding it. Your subconscious does not have a limit to its mental stack. It's unlimited, as long as you can put it in there, as long as you know how to use it. So, and it's also more fragile, because if you can't keep yourself emotionally centered, well, there goes. Ah! This fucking big ass fly. Just like, don't know where the hell it came from.
Oh, you got the classic tennis racket, electric tennis racket. So.
Yeah, I'm just this bitch because he keeps flying around me in circles, waiting for him to come back. I'm gonna get you, bitch.
Yeah. Help them see the light. You know?
Yeah, I thought I got it earlier, but then it must have. He must have gone away, or maybe like a racist friend or something.
There was one moment where I kind of lost control, but it was only for a split second, and I recalibrated very quickly, and it was the only time that I lost an offline tournament in the past year, and I played a lot of them this past year in the region. And
that's it.
The hard part was it was a friend. Like I was in the middle of the grand finals with Panda, and a friend came up and was like, "Oh, who's here playing VF?" like in my ear, and I just yelled at them that I'm in the middle of a grand final right now, but it was all good.
See that? Go ahead.
Well, it was all good, but I did have to go through maybe like a lot of loops of coping in there, but I did pull it together. But I did have moments where I had to like admit even Chanchai has to let out the anger a bit, and so okay, expel it right now, and then get back into the game.
Right. And then what? And then the other question is, what do you do when you can expel it? Right, which is what I was faced with, because I used to just expel it and it would go away and I'd be fine.
Yeah,
I couldn't expel it. I had to just accept that it was here, and then there's no is there some emotional thing going on deeper level? Yeah, I know what's going on. But it takes time to get rid of that shit, to work through that shit. So you got to deal with what's in front of you at the moment. And I had to think, okay, well, what can I do right now to manage this? But also, more, and what I learned also from this process is that, like, I get that, oh, you are a bitch! Ah! Come on back. Put on. Damn it! I lost it. It's so hard to find these. I'm gonna keep my hands so I can just get it when it comes. I don't have to like look for my thing. Because speaking of rage, I hate flies so much. I fucking hate those bitches. I don't know how they got in here.
This is your exercise for this is like your training, tricky Zen training, right? But how to like snap it into a punch and then back into the fight,
I mean, I'm recording this because I think this is probably going to be a good video, like, because a lot of folks, like, I did want to talk about like how to control like rage, basically, but for a lot of other folks, it might be anxiety. Or whatever is distracting them in the set, but I think right. So the end of this is, and this is where it was super helpful to talk to Speed about it, because we have the same mentality on this, which is that the two of us use like nothingness as our mental emotional state while we fight in tournaments, which is I feel nothing. I hold on to nothing. It's like a Zen-like state. It's like reused literal state of nothingness. Yeah. Like that, and like it's that. That's the mental state I go into when I'm fighting. And what I was finding is that I was like Ryu when he was fighting evil Ryu, and like was being taken over by Satsui no Hado. Like that's what was happening to me. I was being taken over by this fucking dark Hado demon shit. Like I'm doing too many demon flips, and I've become too close to the demonic energy that is Eileen, apparently. I didn't know that she was dabbling in the fucking dark arts.
She's very expressive.
God damn, is she ever? Hold on. Oh, wait, lay down. Hold on. I'm going to heal it now.
So Rayblade commented on Tricky's stream that this is Virtua Tennis 2025, Tricky versus the Mosquito. So we're watching on Tricky's stream. We're watching Tricky walking around her flat, ready to like kill this mosquito or fly with a yellow electric tennis racket, a little bit bigger than the pickleball racket, or paddle. This is how we kill our rage. No, I'm just kidding. But indeed, it's that bug is no longer with us. But it's a really big topic, and Tricky talked a bit on anxiety as well. It is true. I think for a lot of younger people these days, it's the anxiety. And
Yes.
I think in the old guys, it's a lot of rage. You know, when you deal with the old heads, really have rage. Young people have got like this paralyzing anxiety, and I'm surprised by it, because I always thought I had quite a bit of anxiety too, a little, not that much. I mean, I'm easygoing, but I've kind of worked through friends and whatnot on it. But the rage is a rare one for me, but it is with people that are much more expressive. It's more likely, but even I deal with it, right? And those triggers are impossible. They're wounds that have been like either repeated so many times in the past that the knife stabs just went so deep it will actually get to your heart.
Right.
You know.
Right. So whatever that feeling is, whatever triggers it, everyone has them.
Yeah.
No one escapes that, because we are humans.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, that's key. At the baseline, we're all humans out here, and no one lives a life without being wounded at some point in time or another, because that is the human condition.
Yeah.
So yeah, whatever this, dear viewer, I guess, right now is watching, or who would listen to this in the future, Shantai and I's discussion about how we both approach the emotional game of tournaments, but also competing.
Yeah.
Because I was finding this come up when I was competing, when I was playing against Adam the night before on Friday. Because he and I thought we were in the same bracket.
Yeah.
And he and I play all the time anyway. And we were talking like throughout the week, actually, about how we were going to train and like strategically handle our brackets. So that even when we had to fight each other in bracket, we were like, okay, let's make it so that we fight each other in bracket. Like, let's make sure we both do well enough that we fight each other in bracket. Like, I'm going to see you there. We're going to fight later, and that's where we're going to fight. And it's going to be glorious. And one of us is going to get to go to winners. The other one is going to have the opportunity to murder the loser's bracket and kill everyone back there and send them into their oblivion, whatever. Like, one of us is going to get to murder everyone, be the Death Ringer, what's it called? The Grim Reaper. Yeah. One of us be the Grim Reaper. And then I'll see you again in Grand Finals. Unfortunately, I was unable to be the complete Grim Reaper for everyone. I'll work on it next time. But there was no rage there, right? Like there was no ill feelings about losing that set for either one, because it was just we were glad to fight each other again, to fight well, and we knew that it didn't matter at the end of the day what happened. But during my training with him on Friday, I felt that unsettled subconscious feeling. I didn't know it was rage. I just felt unsettled again. Like, oh, fuck. I've been doing all this training. I've been doing everything to kind of deal with this. And, here it is. And what was I doing? I was playing like shit. I was, playing like absolute ass. And I told him, I was like, damn, I don't know what's going on. I'm guessing wrong every fucking time. I've never guessed this wrong this many times in a row over such a long period of time in my fucking life. What the hell is happening? And he was like, yeah, I mean, look at the replay, but also, yeah, you're right. You weren't playing like you weren't. You're right. You were hesitating. And he told me some other things that he was noticing in the gameplay, which was useful because it gave me info to know, so this is what my gameplay looks like when I'm being taken over by the Satsui no Hado. And then I reached out to folks and we talked and got help. But it was really a long way, I guess, of saying, having a good training partner, really, who you can, talk to after the set is over and be like, fam, this is what it felt like fighting just now.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what happened, but, what did you notice?
Yeah.
Did you just do something really wicked just now, or was it not? And then I looked at the replay later on, and there were a few things he was doing that I was like, oh, that's what you're doing. I didn't know that, which was help bring the rage down. But it didn't. The problem isn't just that I couldn't bring it down or understand information. It was more that I couldn't get it to go away at all over the course of like a long time, which is the problem that I was faced with, which I fixed. We fixed it. I'm fixed now.
I'm really happy to hear that too, and I'm happy that that you got to work it through the most the hardest test, the hardest challenges, and you even got to fight the opponent that was probably going to draw it out of you too, but you managed it. You managed it really well,
Yes.
And did it cost a bit? Yes, but you overcame, which is the most important part, and you came out on the other side. So I thought that match with Shidosha was really epic because of that,
Yep.
And it's and it was visible, in the middle, when you lost it was visible, and then when you kind of pulled it back together, but also, like you said, though, rage is blinding, so it's good that now you're finding a way to see or sense when that's happening, and that gives you a chance to get back. And then on top of that, you do, all your training, all that hard work that you always do ahead of time, because it's clear in your game, all your thinking is done before the game. It's done in the training. It's done in preparation. So because of that, you always know that you can count on that. So that allows you to get this time to kind of get back there and to kind of be where you need to be in time. Because nobody gives you the time, right? There's no time, but there's a limited time. And I think that match definitely showed that growth too, right? And it was very, very, that was just intense, but you're fighting an opponent who is also really insanely strong, coming at you, and pulling the triggers, really putting those triggers on you too, and they know it. But this is also, but again, they're not ashamed of it. They said they also know that this is going to make you, they're this is competition, right? This is a fight. Mm-hmm. This is a tournament. And so that you're coming today like this, feeling at least the takeaway is great, right? And I think that's that is an incredible result, and it definitely pays dividends going forward, and it pays dividends to all the viewers that are listening to you right now.
Right, because I know people have this for them going on.
It's the most common thing I get asked. It is the most common thing I get asked is, how do I deal with people that are pissing me off? I got asked twice by tournament players this week, how do I deal when I fight some for the newer to VF players? It's how do I deal with people that play in a way that pisses me off,
Yes.
But also a lot of time it's just because they felt it, and VF is so it's so rapid fire that the interactivity is there even when it's not interactive, that you're interacting with it a lot, and so it can really push and pull you so much that's why all of us that are talking about competing, all the people that are asking questions about how to compete better, it's always about the mental game, because they know it. They know that this is what's losing. They know that they believe in. Now, a lot of players, of course, ask for the skills and where to build, but they know where they're at on their journey. Some do. Some don't. Yeah. Some think they can. Some think that they can win right now, and I'm like, okay, but okay. As long as you're determined, we'll work with it. But some people, but a lot of people that have competed enough, seasoned players that have competed enough, know that it's how do you manage? They know this is a management problem. They know this is a self-management problem.
And I forgot to kind of expand on earlier. The character bit. So part of I play Eileen, and it may be understood by many people who've watched or other fighters, other players fight against my Eileen or other Eileens. Eileen's a very hated character.
Leon is too. So, I get characters. A lot of people again. I have to listen to all the people that are that think I'm winning because of my character, which is I'm well, okay, if that's the case, why don't you play my character?
They do make it fucked up for their ass. They don't play it. Yeah.
But I just don't take it personally. I just think it's a funny comment. So I'm just that's
it's such weird. We're such polars, right? For you it's funny. For me, I'm fuck you, bitch. How dare you? You dumbass bitch.
I'm like,
Over here,
I'm like, you know, let me help you get over your anxiety, you know, by presenting it to you more. It's kind of passive aggressive, but it's like, but I'm getting both, because for me, it's cosmically, it's funny, but it's also like, well, the only way you're gonna get better is if I keep fighting you. So, you know, let's fight, you know?
Yeah. Throw it down.
But it's also true that most Leon players hate fighting the mirror. I like the mirror. You and I both are like that. We're like, you were like,
Well,
a lot of Eileen players hate fighting the mirror too. So, you know.
It's hard. I don't like fighting against other Eileens who I don't know anything about. Because it's so
well, because the option space is infinite, right? It's like, it's nuts.
Right, that's the problem. I'm like, I have no idea what you're going to do. Holy shit, this is really stressful. Oh my god. So part of my Eileen strat, which is why I'm not like super upset that people hate Eileen so much, is because like I've designed her in a way, my play style, to be rage inducing. Like I'm trying to induce rage in my opponent by what I do. With
the
her.
monkey walks,
So,
right?
No, I am trying to actively dysregulate you while we're fighting. I want you to be mad as fuck. I want you to be pissed. I want you to be annoyed. I want you to feel like, get this bitch off of me. Like this fly just killed me. Oh, you did. It's dead now. I gave it to a grave outside to the subway, but it is now dead. Because I was patient and waited and stalked that bitch ass motherfucker until I got it, and now it's gone. But rage, I try to induce it in my opponent with my Eileen, and then induce any like strong emotion. Different players have different emotions that get induced in them when I do certain things with Eileen to them, and I'm picking up what those things are. And then I look for the thing. This is more for longer sets. It doesn't work as well in shorter sets. But in longer sets, I look for the thing that seems to make you play the worst.
Yeah.
And that thing tends to be what's making you most either irritated or angry or just frustrated. And then I'll just do more of that. And if I see you start to kind of come back and center yourself, I'll like sprinkle it in just enough to see whether it like brings you back to your frustration state again. And if it does, it makes you easier to kill and easier to fight, because I'll manage my emotional state, quote unquote, better than they will. Which is why this whole issue I was having was so problematic, because my strategies as a like overarching strategies as a player are reliant upon my own personal strengths, which is I'm really good at regulating, but I wasn't suddenly.
Yeah.
And like I need that, because that's how I do everything I do. That's how I do my mix-ups. That's how I do my reads. That's how I do my mental stack holding. Like I need tricky to be tricky. I can't be somebody else, nor do I want to. So it was really quite important. I'm glad I'm back to being tricky. And now where the fuck that was.
I was like, part of the real greatness of Virtua Fighter is because of these rapid fire interactions in the game. Because we have to play this game with decisions after decision after decision at rapid speed. It's very communicative, and you really feel your opponent. So when you're playing like long set battles, it becomes really important that it can be very empowering and really advantageous to identify what your opponent's not comfortable with. And you can feel it, because you will feel it in the way they respond when you play. You will see when they're hesitating. You'll see when they're on it. You'll see where they're comfortable, where they're trained, where they're not trained. And because of that, it's just in this game, it's really huge when you can identify what your opponent's not comfortable with. And it's really powerful. And then now it doesn't mean you only play that way, but by playing that way, you will learn so much more about your opponent in the process, after what they do after it. So it's huge, and people do that to you. That is also why people do get tilted playing this game, because opponents are definitely trying to aggravate them, trying to make them do things they don't want to do. You know, Shidosha want to make Chantai block, right? So, you know, same thing. Chai wants to make Gentleman Thief guess, you know, so it's like,
right. I Tricky wants to make Gentleman Thief guess as well.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like, you got to guess. It's like, I want you to bet. You're going to be a betting man today, you know? Right. So.
Right. Right. That's a great equalizer. Is it like, especially in the guessing lane where like, if you can make people guess more often in more spots. And that was one of the things I also, thank you for the follow, Aerial Dusk, that I learned from fighting Nobi and seeing how well he did across his run. I got that reflected and watched and reviewed. And Dark, I can't recall as well, 30 minutes ago. If you're still here, I missed you. Excuse me. I'm going to talk about this in the next video. I'm about to record in a second. But Eileen has strings that lead to plus frames on hit. Like, the first hit is negative, but she can cancel into another hit. And if that hits you, she's plus on normal hit.
Don't try to evade.
Which is rare.
Yeah. Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
What are you going to say?
Oh, no. Go ahead. Actually, that's good. That's big. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like, Eileen's high circular is one of those moves. So he was canceling into that a lot. He was using Eileen's 1P on hit with combos and stuff a lot into a follow-up, which would just put pressure on people. And then he would mix it up with a throw in a situation where she's just +4 or +3, which isn't in a Taka situation, but the opponent doesn't know, they're uncomfortable, or they're used to doing what people typically do to handle her cancel routes, which is hold down, and then, you'll duck another high. If she has another high, she's typically going to do most of her moves are high, and her moves are slower or less scary. Suddenly, you can't do that anymore because the opponent, to not be thrown for free, needs to crouch dash actively, which also means they're now committing to ducking, which opens up other mixes for you. Yeah. Or they just stop trying to duck, which lets you run a different mix. That you just throw their bitch asses. Or they'll start pressing buttons because they can't react. They know you're throwing them. They may not know that they're not in the Taku, but they can't react fast enough to crouch dash, so now they're going to go buy it, which opens up even better options because you're fucking plus. That's what I took over the week of looking at how Nobi played so well, and I've been expanding upon that idea for how I did so well as well, also. But I'm still expanding on that idea, and that's what my video is about to be about. Once Chan finished talking. All right.
Well, I just want to say it was a real pleasure. Thanks for having me on your stream. And I love talking about this topic. I think you fleshed it out completely well, organized it incredibly well, as you always do. And I think this is going to be really exciting that you're about to do this. You're going to break down more more Eileen tech, Nobi tech, and tricky tech. Yeah. And you're going to and shout out to Nobi, because I did want to say, I mentioned that Radical Reactor just they kind of just are like a wall sometimes, and it's really frustrating type to fight. Nobi's scary because they study like crazy, like you do, like all of us have done. But their Yomi is very terrifying, actually. So, the way that they can build reads and construct. Now, of course, that's more long set play stuff, but even what they're able to do within a short set is pretty scary. So I'm just really proud. Again, Pacific Northwest had a good showing, so I'm going to give a shout out while I can on Tricky's stream. Pacific Northwest had Nobi, had myself, had Chow, had Koen Raku, who got second yesterday, Dark Nova, right? And we're just really proud that our region represented really well these qualifiers. And with that, thank you so much, Tricky. Have an amazing time. I'll watch quietly, but I'm going to go eat lunch with my family. It's late, but I really appreciate you, and I'm really happy that you're sharing your journey with everyone, but more importantly, that journey continues to be fulfilling and fruitful, and we just keep getting stronger, but everyone else is too.
Oh yeah. we're gonna catch up to Japan. That's the goal. We're catching up.
Hell yeah.
That's the end goal.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna be there, Rhythm.
We're gonna be there.
Thanks for having you here. We'll get there. We'll do it. And they want us there too. They're helping us.
Yeah.
We got this.
So cheers.
They're all over.
You and I have been forced into the off season, but that's where we get stronger. So
Yeah. I mean, we got Evo coming up in 2 months. I'm going to Evo, so I'm not fully in the off season. I feel like.
Oh, that's true. No, Evo is still season. Okay, you're in season, but also shout outs to Adam though, who got into the finals with dominating performance, and has been an amazing friend, mentor, sparring partner, everything to both of us. So also one shout out to Adam. All right, I give you the show.
Enjoy your time with your family.
Will do. Bye bye. All right, everyone, thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed that moment. It was a wonderful time to do that with Tricky, and it was Tricky's idea, just on the spur of the moment. But she was just so excited to share all the insights, all the stuff she's working at. So you can go ahead and watch her right now on her channel. I'll do another raid if we're allowed to repeat raids, and then we'll call it for today. But I had a great time. Wish me luck. I'm applying for an exciting job opportunity. I don't know how well to do. It made me super nervous for this tournament, but cheers for new opportunities and new chapters. But I hope everyone's doing really great. I had a great time. I had a really, really great time during the online qualifiers. Stressful time. Same with AKAI leagues, and this has been a great journey. Everyone's just been so supportive. I'm really thankful. So I'm going to keep it up, and let's keep supporting each other.
Knockout.